Welcome to the UFC 325 watch along here on MMA Junkie. We are the MMA Junkie Radio hosts. I'm Gorgeous George, and that's the Goze. George and Goze. And we'll be with you guys for the next 5 hours watching these fights together. It's a little bit different now during the Paramount Plus era. More people have access to it, but a lot of people have told us in the past we just like to watch the fight with you guys. And we enjoy being with you guys as well. So we're here for 4 prelim fights and 5 main card fights. It's no longer a pay-per-view. Although I listened to the previous show earlier with Mike Bond. Poor Canada, they're still ponying up $80 over there. So I hope that changes for them soon. I still love our brothers and sisters from the Great White North. Are you pumped, Goze? We have a title fight with Alex Volkanovski against Diego Lopez. Yeah, I know they did this before, but Diego kind of earned his way back. Volk just, chilled and didn't do much. Now he's defending again.
Pumped? I don't know. What I will say is this. I'm one of the people that said this fight should not have happened, but we're here. And as the week has gone on, I've given Lopez more of a shot. So I think I'm more intrigued in the matchup than I was before. But pumped, I'm more pumped about Volkanovski adding to his legacy, that sort of thing.
Yeah. I think those two fighters are outstanding fighters. But if they were in the same position as Lerone Murphy and Movsar Evloev or others, I would be saying the same thing. Should Lopez have gotten a title shot? Again, that's a tough sell, man, because he lost to Evloev once, and he's already had a title shot, and didn't go good for him. Now, he did beat John Silva in very impressive fashion. Well, I should say the knockout was finished or was beautiful. John Silva was having good moments too, so it's not like he dominated. But regardless, Volk didn't defend against anyone, and you have to do that. You have to do that for the benefit of everyone in the division. That hasn't happened. That's where I'm a little salty about. But, in 4 hours or so, when the main event's kicking off, and Down Under comes on by Men at Work, it'll be a whole different story.
Yeah.
I will say this, though. 325 is not a stacked numbered event. And then even compared to last week, we had a lot of ranked fighters. This week, not so much.
Well, what's weird about it, too, is, if you compare them, way different. However, last week's card, the main event is really what saved that card, right? So this card, maybe not as sexy on paper, but maybe the performances are just better overall. Maybe we get that type of fight card.
Go ahead.
Well, that being said, let's just say it does play out and it's fun. Again, it's the argument of always with the UFC. Just because it played out and ended up being a fun card doesn't mean it's the right thing to do every single time. If Lopez wins this fight, it doesn't mean it's the right call. Props to Lopez. He got it done. But when there's two guys off to the side that deserve the fight more than you, that's the right call. Whether or not whatever happens tonight. But who knows? Going back to what I was initially saying, this might just end up being a funner card. Maybe not as sexy on paper, but maybe the fights are better.
I do think Diego Lopez is going to win.
You do?
Yeah. I just think it's going to be his time. And I like rooting for underdogs. Volk's a little older. He did smash Lopez last year. And he hasn't really declined much, but it's just a wild prediction that I'm making. That's all. The odds are a little closer as well than the first fight. We also have Dan Hooker versus Benoit Denis, Rafael Fiziev versus Mauricio Hoofy. I can't complain about those 3 fights. A lot of fireworks there. Tuivasa and Taliesin Teixeira. I normally wouldn't have a problem with this fight. I get it. Tuivasa is a local. He should be on the card. He's from West Sydney. And his fights are always great, win or lose. The problem is he's lost 5 in a row. So I think this goes back under it's sport entertainment. This is more the entertainment part. Let's see if he wins. He hasn't drank a shoey since 2022. Quillen's Salkild against Jamie Malarkey. That should be all right as well. And then there's a bit of a drop off. But let's get to some of these fights that already happened. I'll give you some quick results, and then Goze and I are going to give you our prediction for the next fight.
Hey, really quick though, don't leave me
Sure.
hanging. Chipotle on the main event?
Yeah, did we bet recently?
No.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Chipotle on the main event.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So what's taken place already is the following. Lawrence Louis defeated Sulan Grangbo. That was a split decision. Then we have Keiichiro Nakamura defeated Sebastian Saleh. There you go. That was a beautiful knee KO. And then we had another decision. Dom Marfan defeated Sang Uk Kim. And now these are part of Road to the UFC, if you're wondering. But if they went 3 5-minute rounds, these are professional fights, in my opinion, not exhibitions. A lot of people have been hailing at that. Regardless, those are your winners there. And Khan Olfi, he just defeated Yiza. Decision majority there. Upcoming now is Jonathan Micallef against Oban Elliott. Goze, who you taking?
All right. The odds for that. Let's see. Micallef is minus 125. Oban Elliott is plus 105. I'm actually going to go with the underdog on that one. I'm going with Oban Elliott. How about you?
The Welsh gangster?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm with you as well.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, I'm with you as well. I like this guy. There's been some pretty good Welsh fighters over the years, and we just had one retire. I remember his name was Jack. He was good too, and I thought he was going to go a little bit further. His name escapes me, but he was a bantamweight. Then he moved up to featherweight, and he retired last year or the year before. So Ryan Giggs played for Manchester United for many years. He's Welsh. So there's been a few great athletes that have come out of Wales, and I'm going to ride with this cat as well.
Okay.
But it's probably going to be a decision. He has like half finishes, half decisions. So I would either play the over or maybe by a decision on this one. His opponent as well isn't a high rate finisher either, Jonathan Micallef. So I think the decision's a good bet. But yeah, if you want to parlay it, Elliott is my play.
Last week's our record wasn't so great, right?
No, on StatPicks I went 3-2, but yeah, here it probably didn't go well. No, not at all.
Okay, yeah, we got to make a comeback.
That's our mulligan.
Yeah, because for the most part we were pretty hot in 2025, but 2026 we did not start off we didn't start off terrible. It's just we're used to a higher standard.
Goes, I gave you a pair of golf clubs when you were little.
Don't remind me.
Did you ever use them? Have you ever been on a golf course?
Not once. Have I ever been on a golf course in Peru? I have. Played a round of golf.
Did you like all 18 holes?
I don't know if we did all 18, but we might have.
So you know what a mulligan is?
Yeah, when you like a do-over, right?
Right. Okay. It's a golf term. I just wasn't sure if you knew what that was. I haven't played in years, but I think I probably used the mulligan quite a few times. Well, I think you get one per round, but yeah. All right. So we got our plays in. Let's see how it goes. And, like I say, once the card's made, we can judge it again. On paper, what did you give it, Goze? Just on paper, without the fights occurring, seeing the matchups. They did give us a title fight. Look, to be fair, 325 as an undisputed title. Last week, we didn't. Last week was supposed to, but Nunes and Harrison fell off. But regardless, we still had a good time. We had waited for 6 weeks. Gagey and Pinwit went at it pretty good. So we have a title fight, and then we have pretty decent co-main and featured bouts, all 4 athletes from the lightweight division, which is a very popular division, and then the other matchups that I mentioned as well, the hard-hitting heavyweights. Salkild had a beautiful KO in 2025. Malarkey's always game. So on paper, what have you given it?
I'll give it a solid 7. You?
6.5.
6.5.
Yeah. But again, I might say a 10 by the end of the night. I will always give the UFC that. It's at the end of the day, it's violence, and it can come in many ways, and it can come in the most unexpected way where you're just like, whoa, and then all of a sudden that person is a star or a star in the making or whatever. That is one thing, that's one secret sauce that the UFC does have. And by throwing anywhere from 10 to 15 fights at you on a given weekend, stuff's gonna happen. People are gonna bleed, people are gonna get lumped up. There's going to be some pushing and shoving and some antics, and I'm all over that. So we'll let the fights play out, and then at the end of the night, we'll give it another grade. Now, also, if you're listening through Facebook, through the website, great. We welcome everyone. Or if you're listening through YouTube, you know, they got that little algorithm thing going. Hit the like button. It's that thumbs up that you see. That would help us out tremendously. And also kindly consider subscribing to the channel. We have all kinds of free content. We've covered the sport as good as it can get in for the last 20 years, and it's all for free. So all we ask from you is just a subscription. You'll know when things become available or when we go on live, and it helps us grow. So we thank you guys, to every single one of you, 432,000 that have subscribed over the years.
Yeah, completely appreciate all of the support. And I do want to ask you this question, George. So, you know, like you said, you're giving it a 6.5, right? And it could be as high as 10 by the end of the night is over. But the other day, you went to Zuffa Boxing. Both of us went to Zuffa Boxing. And it wasn't bad, right? Like, it was a good time. But it's nowhere near the UFC, right?
Oh, no. Yeah, I'm totally
fan?
all over. I'm totally more of an MMA fan, for sure.
And that's a long day.
Yeah, there was some things that I enjoyed about that night, but and I don't hold, you know, I don't compare the two or anything like that. I knew what I was getting into. I knew that you know, we weren't seeing the upper echelon of boxing, but I was happy to be there. I had a good time. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, overall, even when we're saying like this is a 7 or it's a 6.5, or even on its worst night, it's still pretty damn good.
Exactly. No, I'm happy to be here. I'm gonna order us some food as well. I'm curious what you all are having. For some people, it's morning, like overseas where these fights are taking place. If I'm not mistaken, they started like at 7 a.m. or something like that.
Yeah, I think when they were doing the preview show,
Mhm.
it was 8 a.m., right? Or something like that. I thought I heard Oscar Willis say that.
Oh, okay. Oh, he's there, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was on with Mike Bond earlier today. Right now it's 11:14 a.m. So yeah, it's still morning time for some people and mid-afternoon and evening for others. Over here in North America, it's a standard time. Well, no, I shouldn't say standard. Used to be 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific for all the pay-per-views, but now they've moved everything up by 1 hour. And of course, we do the prelim, so it's even more. But for us, it'll be afternoon and evening. So pizza sounds good, right, guys?
That'll work.
I'm curious to see what others have all over the world. I bet you a nice breakfast sandwich and a spiked orange juice. That would be nice too if you're on beaches of Mexico somewhere. Well, no, beaches of Tahiti, we'll say, somewhere overseas where it's breakfast time. Anyway, not that important. Just have a good time and hopefully you hit some bets. I got a few parlays in the works, and I can share them if you guys want when we get to them. I don't think any of them have kicked off. They're mostly the main card fighters.
Well, I heard somebody earlier ask, what do you think is a good bet for the undercard?
The prelims? Well, let's see here.
By the way, how's your Paramount Plus holding up? Last week we had issues. I did everything I could possibly on my end to correct that. I didn't feel too confident when I was done with the customer service, but they swore it would work, and so far it's held up. Are you good on
You
your?
spoke to people, huh?
Yeah, I went as far as speaking with people because it was just, for what we're doing, that's just unacceptable. We have to be able to watch the fights, and so their whole thing was they reset the system, and I told them, well, my problem isn't logging in. We can log in, because they were like, go in one room and turn it on, then go in the other room and turn it on and see if it works. I'm like, it works. That's not the issue. If we wanted to, we could watch Mayor of Kingstown in 2 different rooms. It's the pay-per-view that we couldn't get to work at the same time. And so they were like, well, we assure you that this will fix it. And they didn't seem too confident, but seems like it's working. So hopefully we're good.
Mm-hmm.
Yours,
All right.
your broadcast holding up though?
Yeah, no complaints at all. I'm
Okay.
liking it. Like I haven't even had any buffering.
This is there's a little Bruce buffering, right? This
Little
is going to
bit.
be the true metric of what we're going to be witnessing from the UFC and Paramount Plus. Remember the first card? Look, it's their first card. They came out and said it themselves. We did a few bells and whistles that we normally wouldn't do. Fight started a little bit later. But this one now is kind of what the product is going to be moving forward. So I think this is a better card to judge them on.
Mm-hmm. All right. One sharp gave me Malcoun over Torres Finney. He's putting 2 units on it. He's a $1,000 better, so I think he's putting 2,000. But his odds are minus 146. So this guy's a big player. He's putting almost 3,000 to win 2,000 on Jacob Malcoun. He also has 1,000 to win 3,400 on Tai Tuivasa by KO.
I thought about
Not
that.
just to win, but by KO. And then he's also got 1,000 on Dan Hooker to win 2,750 against Benoit Saint Denis. Now he just has to win. It can be a decision, a submission, or a knockout. So to answer the question, on the undercard, Jacob Malcoun. He's not on the main card.
Yeah, it's interesting because some of these guys that are underdogs, I think, are live underdogs. You can look at Tuivasa any way you want. You could say, well, he's due, right? You could look at it that way, or you could look at it as, look, this is just a declining Tai Tuivasa and might just get more of the same. I don't know. But I don't know that some of these favorites are really a slam dunk. I know Benoit Saint Denis, he had something to figure out, right? And I feel like he did go back to the drawing board and figure it out. But Dan Hooker can make fights so sloppy and so nasty that you just never know. Like I wouldn't. He's not the type of favorite where I would feel good about putting a lot of money on him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, like I say, these are professionals and they bet a ton. So for them, it's like probably like maybe 100 for me. Like that's what 1 unit would be for me.
Mm-hmm.
But there's others that just like to put $10, $25, and that's fine too. Bet responsibly is what I always say. Now, Dan Tom, our fight analyst, he's got a Substack called Fluid Thoughts, and I had checked it out earlier. He likes, let's see here, I just had it. He coincides with Malcoun, which is good. He likes him at minus 135. Looks like for a unit. He also thinks Malcoun might get a stoppage in round 3. He just sprinkled something really light at plus 1,600. And as far as this fight, he did like, I mean, it already went unless you want to live bet it. Did he bet this one? Yeah, he liked Micallef over Elliott. So he's on the other side of us. Malcoun's the next one, I think, by the way.
Interesting. Both guys are kind of tied up against the fence right now. They finally separate. A little bit of breathing room. Throwing bombs, though. Micallef was just a slight favorite, right? Wasn't he like minus 125 or something like that?
Yeah,
Not very much.
this is pretty close, the odds. Now I'm getting hungry.
Yeah.
Just looking at this menu, yeah.
Come on, Elliott's got his hands full, man. He's just not in a rhythm tonight so far. Mark Goddard is the third man in the cage tonight. I just found something out about him that I didn't know before. He had a Jack Russell Terrier.
Yeah.
We have one of those too.
15 years old, I think he said.
Mm-hmm.
That must be tough though, because he's on the road a lot.
Yeah.
And he's a workaholic. Like I see him on a lot of shows. I'm pretty sure Mike Bond had said he logged the most time, the most miles or whatever.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Some blood coming from, I can't, for sure it's coming out of Micallef, but there might be something on Obon Elliott, or it might have just come off of him. Right now, the cut man's trying to get them all cleaned up. It looks like right above the nose, there's a cut, and one on the outside of the eye. I heard some scary things get said earlier today, George. I want to get your take on. Number one, if Lopez were to win, do you have a third fight? Or do you let that rest? I had not thought about that one time since they announced this fight. But think about the cluster you would create. Think about how mad Evloev would be, Lerone Murphy. What would you do?
If it's a great fight, I think Volk has earned it. But I'd rather that not happen. I'd rather Volk take a fight and then have this guy defend, hopefully against the winner at least of Evloev and Murphy, which I'm hearing is going to get made. So that way, at least one of those two, they stay busy, they get paid, they stay active, and then one of them earns a title shot, man. But yeah, that definitely is a possibility, a strong possibility.
Do you dislike either one of those two fighters?
Who?
Evloev or Murphy?
No, there's nothing about them that I dislike.
As a business, and especially let's say if Volk were to win this fight, wouldn't you kind of rather see them both get a shot than have them pick each other off? If Lopez loses, that's two losses.
What are you going to do? Make them face other people?
Well, you would give one the title shot, and then one of them would have to fight someone else. Yeah.
I don't care that much about them to put them in that position. So yeah, I'd rather them just fight each other, honestly. And just whoever's the better man, okay, cool. The other one, dust yourself off, see if you can earn your way back. But you haven't done something to strike a chord with these matchmakers and Dana White. And you have to do that. They're pretty blatant about it now, that you just have to be exciting, appealing to the crowd. And Evloev's style is just not really that exciting. It doesn't mean he sucks. He is very dominant, and he does very, very well, to shut fighters down for sure. But look look what's happened. It hasn't netted him a title shot. So I guess he's gonna have to maybe step out of his comfort zone, get more exciting. I don't know, man. But Murphy, you can say had that beautiful KO. Dude, I just ordered everything and then all of a sudden my cart's empty. I'm so fucking pissed right now.
Oh my god, Oban Elliott's kind of turning it on here. A lot of damage on Micallef's face.
How is it that you can press through all these buttons and then just nothing's showing up? I'm not happy right now.
The same thing happened to Laura yesterday. Sometimes technology can be great, and sometimes it could be the most frustrating thing in the world. A little bit of a comeback here now from Micallef. The fight is down on the mat now. He's got Elliott's back. He's trying to cinch in a choke. Oh my god, and Elliott just kind of gave it to him. It's very deep.
He's going to choke him.
I think he's clear now. No.
He does have a grimace.
Terrible. I thought he just tapped, didn't he?
It looked like he did it against the mat, but
yeah.
no, he's still fighting the hands. The hands are really tucked in very nicely, but there's still not enough pressure. Is he going out?
He's out.
He's out. That's it. The fight's over. Wow. Good job for Micallef.
And don't forget, people, 2026, that's 25K right there.
Damn.
We're off to a great stop.
Yeah, he drags him down to the ground. And he gets those hooks in pretty quickly. And then right away, he's already starting to attack. Like it seemed, did you see that moment? I know they're showing it in slow motion a little, but
his
Elliott
backhand
was very casual about where he was. He tried to pop up quick, which was right. But then once he got down, he allowed those hooks to get in quick. And then that arm, a lot of times you can't even get the arm for like 30 seconds or a minute, even close to underneath, because people are, defending, right? And he was real casual in his defense.
Mm-hmm. These are the commercials that everybody's been complaining about here. It's not the worst thing in the world. I mean, I get it during the fight. If you want to hear the corner, if you don't want to miss out on the walkouts. This right here, I could live with.
So what was Dana White saying? Hey, they got to make money too?
Well, yeah, because the price is so low, right?
I want to see walkouts, and I want to see the work in the corner. Now, soccer is a sport where there's constant, action, right? And they found ways to bring you commercials like split screen or stuff that's around the around the pitch itself, meaning the field. I think the UFC could find ways to work stuff in. Like, look, there's something for Ram right there. We got stuff draped all over the octagon.
But those are
between
UFC
fights.
sponsors, right?
There's time between when DC interviews to the walkout. I could wait a minute or two there if they want to plug something, but I want to see the walkouts.
No.
I'm losing my patience here with this pizza. Add it to your order. I did.
They're showing the replay here. Man, Oban Elliott just kind of did nothing to help his cause on the ground. And the referee gave him all the time in the world. The next fight we have going on here is Torres Finney, who is plus 120, and Jacob Malcoun, minus 145. You want to go first this time, or you want me to go first?
Malcoun. That's pretty much who the sharps are on. So I trust them. I trust our fight analyst. I like that one.
I'm going the same way.
I feel pretty good.
Me too.
You want hot buffalo sauce or mild buffalo sauce or light sauce?
Let's go light. There's Jacob Malcoun, 8-3. He's Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. Torres Finney, 11-0. 5 first-round finishes. I don't think you could see it right now, George, but they're just showing the cornermen. And their outfit was pretty cool. It matches what the fighter was going to walk out in. They did not do that at, yeah, it was a little different. But Zuffa Boxing, who they're showing a commercial for, George probably said it best last week. Like, they just looked like they were wearing, like they were just wearing scrubs or something. It was very, very
like orderlies in a hospital.
Mm-hmm.
It was a weird look because they have the ability to pretty much get really creative, like the UFC, or I should say, Zuffa Boxing, TKO, whatever umbrella they're under. You know, they work with WWE as well. So think about some of the creative people that can design something that works for you. Whoever it is, you know, whether it's Venom or Reebok, you know, you can pitch in what you like, or if they're doing it on their own, fine. But it looked terrible last week.
Yeah.
And the fighters themselves in MMA, it was taken away from us. And I guess we've gotten used to it. But in boxing, that individuality that the boxer has to come up with their own pair of trunks and boots, robes, I love it, you know, and we didn't have that.
Yeah, that part was missing a little bit.
Yeah, I don't understand this uniformity thing. I think in the old days they said what they wanted was it to be an appealing product because, you know, at the time they were probably leaving Fox and maybe going towards, at that time, I guess ESPN or whoever. And so they wanted to, you know, just up the professionalism. So fine, they went with Reebok. And whether you want to call it success, failure, fine. They, you know, that was their kit provider. But guys, since then, I mean, you've gone through ESPN and got paid well there. Now you're getting paid a ton of money to Paramount Plus. This is established. You know, bring back a little bit of what made the UFC work early on. You can't say it didn't work early on. Some of that stuff was awesome. Like we still hold great memories of the fighters and their individuality back then. Now it's a successful business. I think you can circle back a little bit.
Yeah, now really well, you know, when you have a championship fight, the fighter does have a little bit more freedom with their fight kit, but for the longest time it was really their music was the only thing that was distinguishing their walkouts. But Venom did a good job of at least making the kits a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
vignette right now for Diego Lopez. I like this kid, man. I have nothing against him. I think he's a good fighter. I was just against the fight itself.
Yeah.
Let me ask you another question. Diego Lopez versus Mozar Evloev or Lerone Murphy. Can he beat either one of those? Does he beat them both? In your opinion?
Well, he's already fought Evloev and it didn't go well, but that was a long
It was
time
a while
ago.
back.
Yeah, and I think Lopez is very athletic, and I think he's humble too. I mean, he's very popular. He's one of the bigger stars in the UFC, but I think he's also smart and can address deficiencies. So I think the second time around it'd be really, really tough. If you ask me to put my life on it, I'd probably go with Evloev because he's never lost and he's beaten him, and he just has a he's difficult nut to crack.
Mm-hmm.
But there isn't a gun to my head, so I'm just gonna tell you that gut feel, man, where I feel like Lopez is pretty special. I think he can beat them both. But that thing with Silva, dude, was just a few months ago. He was losing that fight, so I'm not stupid either. He could go 0-2 against those guys. I'm just a Lopez fan, though. He won me over.
A Murphy fight, I think, would be amazing. I love both those guys' style.
Even more confident. And that is a dangerous proposition for Alexander Volkanovski. This man really can't do it all. Just slips from it again. He's young, he's in his prime, he has power in every lazy shot that he throws. Very, very creative striking, and of course, 25 minutes of data to download from the first fight against Alexander Volkanovski. What did he do wrong the first time? What can he do different this time?
The arena, not that many people in there. It ain't as bad as the Royal Rumble today.
A lot of people caught on that Royal Rumble also was missing people.
It's just they've been there before. They've done Crown Jewels over there, and it's decent turnout. But this was a horrible turnout for a major event like that. It's just a bad luck.
Well, to be fair, I mean, not to disparage the ladies, but was that the prelims almost? That was the first action of the night, right? Could it be that the stadium was still filling up?
No, there were more people towards the very end, but I'm guessing they told the people from the top just come down, because when they would show the top was so empty. But the girls, they've done that for a while now, where they're the first. They separate the two rumbles like that, and it sucks because it was actually very entertaining. But when you have one of these major events like that, WWE has a couple just staples. Man, you got to have packed crowds for that.
Something's up with Uber Eats, dude. It's expensive.
It's out of control. Their fees, tips.
The Maui Zowie is 44.
What?
The other one is 38. I don't know if they're tacking on like.
They're out of their minds.
Should we go to a plan B?
I would think so.
Huh?
I would think so, but I think everything else probably gonna do the same thing to you. I actually deleted Uber Eats off of my thing. I was just so sick of it. It was almost making no sense anymore.
I don't know. All right. Malcoun's our play for the next one. Let's see how it goes. Back-to-back numbered events. What do you think?
I guess I'm okay with it. Yeah. You?
No.
I hope it's not the norm, but I could do it.
This one seems to be like a junior event compared to last week. So much went into last week. And then right away, opposite side of the world. Let's go again. Maybe if it was different, had last week been first and then they came this week, it'd be different because the anticipation would be there. But I haven't felt that buzz. Like there is something to the buildup, I guess. That's what I'm trying to say. See this commercial here? Heineken?
I'm watching something else.
Oh, I'm watching like a split screen. It's a commercial, but it's basically a soccer game, and then on the right they got Heineken going on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm on a full commercial right now.
I always wanted a job where I could travel. I would job building pockets. A job that uses my people's skills.
All right.
And a cheeseburger. I want to create a criticism. I want to work somewhere for you.
Got that in. I don't know. Maybe there is something to that. But the fact that they're in Australia too, kind of the time that news comes in is a lot different as well. It does seem to have a little less buzz.
I'm not going to order this, Goze.
Okay.
If you want to come down and take a look at what I'm looking at, just so you don't think I'm a tightwad, this is crazy. The subtotal is 108. The taxes and other fees are 24. I get a delivery discount of 49 cents.
Nice.
And then if I want to add a tip, and they just chose 11%, it's not like I chose it. The total's 147.72. That just can't be. I'm not a sucker, like.
What was it? 100 and what?
I'm gonna take a picture.
147?
Yeah, I must have either that or I did something wrong. I was ready to do it. I went all the way to the portion where you order. And then when it started doing all that other stuff, I was like, no. Now, granted, we are getting 2 pizzas and 2 sets of wings and shit, but it's still not that much.
Crazy.
Steve Percival is our referee. The beautiful Red Dead Cruz getting started for round one.
All right, round one about to go in the books here. Let's see.
Torres, Finney, he fought to get into the UFC, man. Let's see if he does something about it. No touch of gloves. Finney, very compact fella. It almost looks like they're in 2 different weight classes. DC's talking about Malcoun's jab. It's very nice. I agree. He's not really fully stepping into his strikes, though. Neither one is. That jab's just to feel things out. The most he's done is touch his arms. I don't know if something happened in the arena or if they're already booing.
Yeah, it was weird.
I get it. The guys are starting to get a little warmed up, but
right here. Look at this. Malcoun takes shots. Right here, Malcoun gets fighting so best with that jab. Yeah, he is. That's why I'm asking. What's he like when he takes shots in the boxing room? Does he respond well? Yeah, he'll respond well. He'll fight. You know, and then that jab with Malcoun, though, that that is one thing that you better know. You cannot let him dictate what Malcoun is a shorter guy.
Then he's just stocky, isn't he?
Good job of trying to split Malcoun's jab with his punch. One thing that Malcoun will do is the ability to pick somebody up.
Yeah, he is. He's like a little fire hydrant. He's like Husamar Palhares. Oh, Torres Finney throws a nice jab. Torres Finney, I think one thing that hurt him was he just didn't wow Dana White, and that's why it took him a few attempts. And now, granted, he's in, but when you're part of an 800-person roster, you got to get going. Oh, Torres Finney just threw a couple nice strikes. Jacob Malcoun is kind of reaching for a leg, like for a single, but he's so casual about it. Okay, he's unloading a little bit on Finney.
Some good shots, man, from Malcoun. Actually, both guys have got nice jabs. I feel like Malcoun uses his better. I like his fight IQ in this fight so far. Finney backed up against the cage. Oh, just keeps taking.
Oh, he just got hit with a big left hook. And those hands are up.
He's got no plan B, though.
Yeah.
The shot isn't working for him. The defense isn't working for him. DC saying he looks lost, which I agree with. He does right now.
Malcoun does not seem concerned with his striking. And so he's now just unloading, and Torres Finney has to win it back somehow. And right now it's going to be too late. He's on the ground. He's getting beat up on.
He might be better off just letting him stand.
Yeah, he was kind of crawling, and that wasn't doing anything. Now Malcoun's going for a sub. Now he lets that go. Finney might have top position. Oh, my gosh. That is just poor fighter IQ. Torres Finney's now on top of Malcoun, which means he'll recover because he got hurt really, really bad. Malcoun's throwing elbows from the bottom. And that's fine, but Finney survives. And I thought Finney was almost on his way out. We're talking about $100,000 here. Use your head, no?
Yeah. Finney's limping back. I think he's just beat up.
You think Finney's finna come back?
No. It would take a lot. All right, we're getting close here. Round 2 underway. You know what? I think Finney's right knee is messed up.
They're saying to fight through it, but they noticed it as well, the announcers.
He
But you
came
gotta
out.
go back, and he just did. Okay, he just did.
He came out limping at the end of the round, and literally on that first exchange, you could see it kind of lock up a little bit on him.
Even though Finney Goze has this really compact body, he's shorter in height. His arms look long, and his left hook is really, really powerful and fast. He just doesn't throw it as much.
He
And even though his
drop
hands
that
are
weight,
up, he
right?
doesn't parry enough. He absorbs a lot of shots too. But yeah, see, there you go. That nice lead left hook. I think it hurt Malcoun. Malcoun just shook it off though.
Bump heads?
Huh?
Did they just bump heads right now?
They might have. Now, even though that round ended with Finney on top, he did not win that round, folks. I was just saying it was an opportunity for Malcoun to pretty much get a first round stoppage. Finney had fallen down and he was hurt. He was actually crawling.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when Malcoun overthought it. I thought he should have just rode him and ground and pounded from the side, and I think it would have been over.
He shouldn't have gone for the submission.
No, not at all.
And I don't think it would have taken very much ground and pound to finish that fight.
That left hook that he throws, man, it is nice. Okay, that was a little bit of a reach there. He went for the body. Malcoun really, really falling back on his jab. Finney threw a couple nice jabs as well. He just ate a couple left hooks and a jab from Malcoun. For Malcoun, everything starts with the jab. Oh, a nice number 2. A nice right cross landed. Finney's back down on the ground. He's fighting through it. This time Malcoun's on top in the ground and pound position. Let's see what he's going to do. Is he going to stick with the ground and pound? Is he going to let him back up? Is he going to try and submit him? There's no hooks in, but he has taken his back. And now he's ground and pounding. Finney realizes he needs to do something. He crawls to the cage again. He's on one leg. He does have one knee down, so he cannot get kneed or kicked or anything like that. Two minutes is what the corner is yelling. Finney is so jacked, right? He's got big shoulders and arms that when he does tuck his head in, even though he's in a turtle position, it's kind of hard to hit him. He's just got, like I say, big traps, and it's almost like Malcoun's better off doing what he's doing now, going under the armpit.
Right.
Or I would just let him back up at this point.
That's where he's had the most success. I mean, the round is basically won at this point, but I think you can get the finish. 25,000. Why not?
Guaranteed 25,000, and at least you put yourself in contention for 100. I don't know what Malcoun makes, but that might double his win and show money. He has to make sure he doesn't blow his gas tank either. There's 45 seconds left. They're still up against the fence. I don't know, man. I thought he was having pretty good success with the striking. Now he's kind of trying like a crossface. Now he's trying to get under the chin. Let's see if he has enough power to make Finney give up, because he's applying pressure to the jaw. Thinks he's Hamzat. Finney does a good job of fighting it off. Now they're facing each other, so he no longer has his back, and there's only 15 seconds left. So let's see if Malcoun can do some ground and pound. I think Finney's going to stay where he's at. Less than 10 seconds, he's not even going to try and get on 2 feet. I take it back. He did. And he's out. And you'll see round 2 or round 3, excuse me. Another Malcoun round. Is that Rosendo, Gus? No, right?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, that's DC's coach, DC's boxing coach. Someone once told Goze, you never want to piss that guy off. Did someone make it sound like he was just he loses it or what?
Yeah, he's kind of I don't want to say crazy, but he's shorter than I am, and he does not care.
Like have you seen him actually confront someone, or you were just told?
Well, there's been times like you remember when Brock Lesnar shoved Daniel Cormier?
Mm-hmm.
He was the first one in. Like, you want some? Like, he just does not care, dude.
They are just focusing on Finney's knee and where it might have happened. He's stepping gingerly, like it doesn't look like anything too serious. I mean, he just threw a nice combo there. Left, right, left. He moved pretty good. Maybe it's just a slight tweak, a slight sprain. Malcoun almost went for or did go for a single. He got shut down. A couple 10-8s have been given to Malcoun. I'm seeing a 2017 right now as a scorecard. Right now, Finney's most dangerous on the feet. Maybe getting him to the ground is not the worst thing, or tying him up to the fence. Malcoun grabbed the single, but he couldn't get him down. Oh, nice left and right landed for Malcoun. Is our friend Muna jacked enough that he kind of looks like Torres Finney?
No.
No?
He looks like Torres Mini.
Muna wrestled in high school, he said.
Yeah? This dude's pretty jacked, though.
That's what I'm saying. I mean,
yeah, you're right. That step in hook is strong.
It is, man.
That's what that's why you have Rosendo.
It's not as
Sanchez
accurate.
there.
Paul Daly had a nice one.
Oh,
Robbie
his-
Lawler had a nice one, and Fedor Emelianenko had a nice one on lead left hook. It was more of the hook, though. Finney's throwing something that resembles like a hook hybrid to an uppercut. It's just a wild swing. The arm's almost as straight, but he throws it fast, and it does look powerful. It stung Malcoun a few times. He just doesn't do enough of them. We're halfway through. If this total was 2.5 rounds, the over is a winning ticket. I think Dan Tom, didn't I say he played a round 3 prop?
I don't know.
I think I said that.
Okay.
He went over, so shout out to Dan there.
It could be a good win.
He does have a round 3 prop.
For
Malcoun.
It could be a good win for him, but I guarantee you he's going to go back and watch this and be mad that he left 25,000 on the table. He could have finished this guy. He needs to kick that leg over and over, and that straight right hand is what's been landing nonstop this fight. He could get this finish.
Yeah, he's been dominating. I think the matchmakers would like him to get a finish. He might just think I'm on my way to victory. I'm good with that. But man, that $100,000 incentive is there, or at least 25. Oh
Yeah.
shit! That left landed. He goes for a takedown. He gets a single. Finney up against the cage on one knee again. He's got 35 seconds to lock in either a submission or go for a ground and pound finish. I think Finney's content with just accepting his loss at this point. He's not putting too much of an effort on getting back up. As I said, he did get back up, but now he got taken back down. And now there's about 10 seconds left. Is Malcoun going to go for it? Is there anything there? I doubt it. Finney looks alert. He's just tired. And this is going to be it. Big miss for Malcoun goes.
It sucks that we're talking about this.
He might have gotten 100K. You never know.
It's weird that we're talking about this in that way because it was a dominant performance, right? But I mean, look at like he's being carried back to his corner.
Yeah. So how tough is Therese Finney? Because now he's really limping.
Mm-hmm.
He needed help just getting to the stool. So he really, really toughed out that last round or whenever the injury happened. It might have been 2 rounds. Respect to him.
I'm watching a commercial for Survivor, George. When's the last Survivor you ever watched?
Probably season 2. This is different from the challenge, right?
Right.
Is TJ still the host of the challenge?
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, Landman! All new episodes. It's talking about the one that just happened, right?
I would imagine, yeah.
It's over, right? The season.
Mm-hmm. They did renew for another season, though.
I hope so. They can't leave it there.
Two 10-8s in there.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
6 a.m. start tomorrow for Manchester United. Can they keep it going? One of my little nephews told me, we're back. I haven't answered him because I kind of remember he was starting to go towards City. Tell me where I like both teams. I told him it doesn't work like that. And I go, it just so happened that I went to Old Trafford and bought you I think I got him a t-shirt or some shit. And so you were kind of anointed, like that's your team. That's the way it works. I mean, if you have some crazy story like for example, his brother, his best friend's Khalil Shakir from the Buffalo Bills.
Mm-hmm.
So Lucas grew up a Cowboys fan. Now he rocks the Bills. I get it. Your best friend's on the Bills. You have a pass in my book. You get to do that, but I don't know that you can just switch like that just because the other team happened to get good. That's a rival. Like
that one's rough
there. And if you're going to do it, then stay there. Don't come crawling back. I don't know. That's why I haven't said anything. I have to go back and see what our conversations are like to see if he was really going to play the I like both card or whatever.
I'm going to tell you a story and you can be the judge. before that, well, we should probably get this pick in.
Sure.
Uh,
We won, folks. We won.
Cam Rawstorn is minus 400 against Cody Brundage. He's plus 310. That line has moved a lot. Brundage isn't like a sucker. You know what I mean? But
Mhm.
at the same time, I don't know how much he's changed over the last couple fights. I guess I'm going minus 400. You?
I think I think Ralston's gonna win, but I'm not gonna bet 400 minus 400. But I think he's gonna win. They're talking to Mark Montoya right now. So John Gooden's working the back, huh?
This
He's
is
like
a
the
little,
sideline reporter a little.
yeah, a little different here, right? What they're doing.
Is Karen Bryant still part of the broadcast team, guys?
I think so.
So it's not like that other young lady that came over from the CBS Sports. What's her name?
No, I forget her name.
She hasn't bumped one or two of the other ladies, like Heidi Andro, Megan Levy, Karen Bryant.
Maybe, yeah. She's phenomenal, though.
Who?
The girl they brought on.
You think so?
I think she's really good, yeah. I like when she does soccer.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Okay, tell me your thoughts on this. I grew up a Dodgers fan. I will always be a Dodger fan. But here in Vegas, we're going to have the A's. Have you seen the new rendering of now the surrounding area of the ballpark to go
A
with?
little bit, but not with like the most Kate Scott's her name, by the way.
Kate Scott, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't really like focused on it too much. I've been blown away by what I've seen, but I haven't like really dissected it with a fine tooth comb to see, oh wow, you're gonna have this and that and whatever. I just happened to glance at it the other day. What can you tell me about it?
I think it looks amazing. And I can see myself getting out 2 games. If I'm going to be at, let's just say I have tickets for the Astros and the A's, I would want to go because I like baseball and I like going to a baseball game. I don't know that I could, I'll never root against the Dodgers, but I wouldn't mind cheering for the A's. Can I do that? Or am I a sucker?
Some people will tell you that that's a cardinal sin and you can't do it. They ain't even trying to hear what you got to say. And then others will say, do what you want. Like, so you'll just probably hear about it. And if you're okay with that, fine. Now, what are you saying? Are you saying like the Dodgers will be 1 and the other team will be 1A? Or one's your National League team, the other one's your American League team? Or are they even? Or one's their favorite over the other? Or?
They're not even at all. They're not even close to being even. But if you want to call it 1A, 1B, I could live with that. But basically what I'm saying is I want to be able to just cheer the home team. I'm not going to wear an athletics jersey. I'm not going to buy an athletics hat. But I would at least want to cheer them while I'm there. Keep track of them. They are the local team.
Yeah.
It seems like an amazing ballpark. I would hate, see some of these teams that move like the Chargers and they're just overrun by the 49ers in that stadium or, practically almost any other team that comes to visit.
I think that's what's going to happen here.
I think so too. I really, really thought that 100% that's what it was going to look like. But now...
Well, let me look at the stadium now. You got me curious.
Now, with the way the stadium looks, I can see a lot of people maybe having second thoughts. And I could see them maybe creating fans.
It does look pretty cool. So it's covered but open.
Mm-hmm. But they have this big area that they're building around it, and then the 2 hotels. Towers.
Valleys, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks pretty cool. I've never been to a Raiders game, but if I did, I'd at least wear black. I don't know if I'd commit to buying a Raiders. Like if somebody said, "Hey, you're in a suite," and let's say it's a big game, sure, maybe I'll play ball.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, obviously I wouldn't be in that suite if I was a Niners fan. I don't know. I mean, if I did, I think I'd just wear regular clothes. But at the end of the day, I think it's whatever you want.
All right. Give me a second, so I don't look like Count Dracula. I'm gonna go turn on the light. All right.
Okay. Commercials are being played right now. I don't have a problem with these commercials. Am I missing a walkout? I'd rather miss it now than later. I don't want to miss it when we start the main card, which starts at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. And I want to see the corners do their work. According to Paramount Plus, they did very good numbers. So they were pleased with the first week. It's been a home run for them. And hopefully that means, advertisers are knocking on their door. And Cam Rawstorn and Cody Brundage are both 31, by the way. Rawstorn 6'3", Brundage 6 feet. Rawstorn weighed in half a pound over or more than Brundage at 184.5. But look at the reach: 78 inches for Cam Rawstorn, 72 for Cody Brundage. That might be a huge advantage.
It's a huge detail. In other sports, think of it as sprinters, and one guy's got a couple yard head start. It can factor that much into a fight.
Yeah. Especially if the guy knows how to utilize it.
Mm-hmm. That's what's so frustrating. Sometimes you'll have fighters that they have tremendous reaches and they don't use it at all.
Crowd still doesn't seem like it's alive. I believe right now it's around 1 p.m. over there. Is that true? Could it be that time? That means they're 20 hours ahead. It's 12:14. It's only 5:14 here. So they're 19 hours ahead. That's a new one. Was her name Christy Pearson, the green card girl? Did I hear that right?
I didn't really hear, but she does look new. No touch of gloves, huh?
So Luciana Andrade retired early last year in 2025. And the tall one, Vanessa Hansen, I believe, is also done with UFC. I think their A side, or whatever you want to call them, their top ones are Red De La Cruz, Christy Blair, and Brooklyn Wren. And then when they go to international, you see Jenny Andrade, and then you see Carly Baker, I think, from the UK, still around.
Mm-hmm.
The ring card girls used to kind of be a bigger deal. They were just a lot more popular with huge followings. And for some reason, no one's caught on like Ariane and Brittany. Maybe Jenny. She did win 3 Ring Card Girl of the Year awards, and she's very active on social media. Except that she only does the international events. She doesn't do stateside, so she doesn't do enough shows to really keep herself out there. But she's got her followers. She does hosting gigs in Brazil.
Wow.
And then, of course, there's the original Rochelle Leah. And
Amber Nicole.
yeah, I don't know if Amber Nicole's as popular as Rochelle Leah, but Ariane and Brittany really, really did something, man. They were just there at the right time, I think. Brundage threw a nice left hook.
Oof.
Rawstorn did a good job. Even though he's retreating and his head wasn't moving, he did have his hands up. Brundage has now put Rawstorn up against the fence.
Oh. These guys
Big knee
tough,
by
man.
Rawstorn. Mark Montoya is there to coach Brundage. And did he have any other fighters going?
Probably. Do you need me to pause at all, George?
What's your clock say?
2:39, 38, 37, 36.
Yeah, pause for 1 second. So Brundage is game, man.
Yeah, he does not look like that much of an underdog the way he was on paper.
He was telling us on Junkie Radio that his wife pretty much signed him up to fight. He had no choice. He had to do it. He just used to train, but that's when he fell in love with it. But it was the wife signing him up to a regional show. Rawstorn throwing some left kicks. Rawston's unsure about what he wants to do. He keeps feinting like he wants to do something, but oh, big stinging right hand though. But see, Brundage answers was like 2 or 3. Brundage definitely throws punches and bunches.
That was low.
They've stopped time here. It's still round 1. Groin kick. You get 5 minutes to recover.
It's a fun fight though so far.
Yep. So Cody's wife used to fight in the UFC as well. They called her ABC, right? Goes Amanda Bradley Cooper, I think.
Bobby.
Amanda Bobby Cooper, is that what it was?
Uh-huh.
Now she's Amanda Brundage. Doesn't fight anymore as far as I know. She was on the Ultimate Fighter season 23. Ralston does have a nice cross,
Yeah.
but I wish he'd throw it more.
Brundage has decent responses to it. There you go. But
Yeah, punches are wild, but
I
some of
wish
them are landing.
Rawstorn would put together more than just the 1-2.
Okay, that's the end of round 1. Let's see if Amanda's fought recently. I think she's retired. Coach Mark Montoya is telling him your feet are too planted. He goes, if you can move them, you can even finish this guy.
Oof, that knee.
Yeah, she's got to be retired. Wait, well, hold on a second. Oh, no. Okay, yeah. She fought in the UFC. Looks like about 6 fights total, plus the exhibition ones. Mixed it up with Tatiana Suarez, Cynthia Calvillo, Mackenzie Dern, Ashley Yoder. She only beat a couple young ladies. Angela Magana. Anyway, she hasn't fought since 2019. I would say she's done. She's only 34, but they got a fighter in the family. It's Cody Brundage. Rawston's definitely the stalker. He's always the one pushing up Brundage up against the cage. Brundage just landed a nice calf kick. I'm surprised he doesn't throw more of those kicks, Goze, because Rawston's got kind of like skinny legs, and they look like they're a big target, you know?
Yeah. Just look at their waists and how one guy's waist is here and the other guy's there. Like, for Brundage to be able to connect, he's got to figure that out. He's taking too many shots to get in.
Montoya keeps telling him, wake your feet back up. Move them. Oh, Rawston just landed a nice right on the chin, too. For some reason, I thought Dustin Jacoby was going to fight on this card, Goze.
I feel like you're right.
We talked to him a while back, and I know he's there, so he might just be there to support his teammate. The Hanyak, remember?
Mm-hmm.
They canceled the Jimmy. Yeah, he's supposed to fight Jimmy Crute, Goze, and it fell through. Now he's fighting next week against Julius Walker. What happened to that fight?
I didn't hear about that.
Crute ruptured ACL. All right, well, that's that. Free trip to Australia.
He sucks too because he talked about how much that meant to him fighting over there.
Yeah. So he'll be here in Las Vegas next week, Goze, and I think that's the card headlined by Mario Batista, if I'm not mistaken.
I wouldn't mind taking both them boys out for a meal or something.
Bautista versus Vinicius Oliveira, Amir Albazi versus Kyoji Horiguchi, Jelton Almeida against Rizvan Kuniev, Olesekchik versus Marc-Andre Barriot, Jean Matsumoto versus Farid Basharat, Dustin Jacoby against Julius Walker. That card's not too far off from this one, man, with the exception of the title fight.
Yeah, really. Ralston's, he's landing some damaging shots there with those elbows. George, we could either take those guys to a steakhouse or order a round table from Uber Eats.
Yeah. They can take me to a steakhouse. Ralston has Brundage on the ground. Let's see if we can do something with this. Oh, big elbow to the side of the head. Ralston's big, but he's just a little awkward. Uh-oh, now he's getting going, though, on some ground and pound. Brundage just can't seem to get up because he's so covered up and turtled now. Ralston's a little relentless. Now he's got a hook in. That's going to be tougher to get up. Brundage needs to do something because these are called unanswered blows.
Yeah.
The ref can interpret that you're not intelligently defending yourself. I think he's going to step in.
He's on the verge. He's tap dancing. Yep.
Yeah, and that's it. Cam Ralston wins. That must have been about 40 unanswered blows. Now they did that one money shot didn't land, and maybe that's why the ref had a longer leash. But yeah, I mean Brundage is still down. I'm not suggesting this was an early stoppage or nothing like that. It just took a while to get there.
Brundage is hurting though.
Mm-hmm. Well, congratulations to him. We win again, Goze.
So does Rawstorn, 25 G's.
That's true. At least. Let's see here. I have these parlay groups. So the Malcoun fight was good.
I'm interested. I'm hoping Rawstorn can improve a little bit, but he's an interesting fighter. He's fun to watch. He's perfect size, I think, for the weight class. Needs a little bit of work, but might have something there.
Yeah. Good sportsmanship between two guys. Brundage is back on his feet. Looks like he'll be there when they announce the winner. I like that little ceremony of both fighters standing there and one gets their hand raised. Sometimes a fighter's bell's been rung and you'll see them in the back either getting medical attention outside the octagon, if they're moving them out, or they're on the stool.
Mm-hmm.
This is a pretty humbling moment. I think it's humbling and probably embarrassing a little. But this is when it all comes to the realization sits in, goes, did you really have your best camp possible? Did you cheat in your camp at all? And that made the difference. Are you built for this? Are they going to cut you? You know what I mean? Think about how many thoughts are going through your head at that time, at that particular moment.
Ton. It is such a big moment, though.
Let's see where Cody sits. Obviously, I know he lost to Bo Nickel a few years ago. That was UFC 300. Yeah, it's almost 2 years ago. UFC 300.
Is it really?
Yeah. It was like April of 2024. DC's asking him who you want next.
George, did Laura come home?
No.
Okay, I'll be down. I gotta feed the dog.
Okay. Brundage is 11-8-1. After he lost to Bo Nickel, he had a no contest against Abdul Razak Al Hassan. Then he beat Julian Marquez. Then he drew, Mansour Abdul Malik. That result was overturned. So I guess it just went down as a draw. Eric McConico, he lost to him, split decision, and then now he just lost to Cam Rawstorn. So is he in a position to get cut? Possibly, yeah. He's been in the UFC for a while now. In fact, most of his career has been in the UFC. He did beat Dalcha Lungiambula and Trazion Gore. Wait, this can't be right. Oh, he actually beat Jacob Malcoun and Zach Reese. So he's had some moments. I don't know. We'll see what happens with Cody Brundage. Now they're showing a little bit of the time that Diego Lopez spent in Australia. Little plane ride in the harbor over Sydney Harbor. Looks like he had a good time. Diego's the type of person that I don't think you can. You can't just put him inside the hotel room. He'll go nuts. He has to be moving, traveling, appearing, whatever. But it does sound like he'll make the time and get his workouts in. We often say, Diego, chill, bro. You don't have to be at every event, every single time when they show him, especially in Vegas. But that guy's at a lot of events. And that's good. If you can handle it, that's good. And he always gets a loud roar, a loud pop from the crowd. Mackenzie Dern's she's doing a lot too, especially as champion. Holy cow. Facebook kind of suggests, you should follow this person or Instagram or whatever. She always shows up on my feed. And I'll tell you what, I spoke to her last year, about 6 months ago at the UFC Fan Expo. It was one of the last interviews we did. Goze had already gone home. He had to produce the previous show with Farah Hanoun. So he had to leave a little earlier, but she was on the second day, which was Saturday, and I happened to chat with her for a while. She could not have been nicer, and she could not have been more real. At the time, Zhang Weili was still champ, and she said, "No, that's Verna's shot." And I said, "Oh, okay." And then she said, "I actually still could use a little bit more before I'm ready for Zhang Weili, but I'll fight her." What's that?
Gotta make this pick.
Okay.
Alakana is minus 275. Tafa's plus 320. Personally, I don't trust Tafa.
Yeah, I agree. Let's go with the Vegas guy, Alakana.
Okay, go ahead, finish your story.
Yeah, so I was really, really impressed that she acknowledged that. She basically said, I still need to get a little better. I need a little more seasoning and experience to face Zhang Weili. Now, she didn't know. I mean, it was talked about that Zhang Weili could move up, and she eventually did. And she eventually lost to Valentina Shevchenko. That opened the door for her versus Brenda Jandiroba. Brenda Jandiroba had a 5-fight win streak going in. Mackenzie only had a 2-fight win streak. But Mackenzie's been around for a long time. She's very popular. She was in the right place at the right time. And then on fight night, she delivered. We then spoke with her coach, Jason Perillo, and we said, what do you think it's going to be like now? She's champion. There's distractions. There's more responsibilities. Basically, now what? He goes, I know. He goes, that's going to be the job, is to get her in the gym, get her training. She's been to Brazil. She's been to Vegas. And that was about a month ago. And she's traveled everywhere. I think I saw her in Bermuda or Bahamas or one of those as well. And back in Vegas, back in SoCal, on the beach. We'll see. We'll see if she can juggle all that. And she's also a mom. What's that?
You're not only champion on fight night, you're champion the whole time. You got to act like a champ. You got to be in the gym as much as possible. Not just preparing for your opponent, but preparing for everyone, being prepared so that when everybody comes knocking, because now you have a target on your back, you have to be ready. You have to improve. That's, I'm sure there'll be people that'll say, look, I can do it. I can juggle it. Maybe you can, but I haven't seen very many champions hold belts for a long time doing things like that.
I used to speak with Tyrone Woodley occasionally. And remember back when he was trying to do music, and he would also do that show on TMZ, which I think required him to go to LA. He had a gym. He has his kids. He was in a relationship. And I told him, I go, are you spreading yourself thin? I mean, you're everywhere, Like props to you that you're seriously getting all these opportunities, but I don't know. Like he had 4 title defenses. I think he's already reached the Hall of Fame status with those 4 title defenses, but you can keep creeping up, right? Up the charts a little bit. And he said, no, I can handle it. I'm built for this. And recently, when he's done some interviews, he said, yeah, man, maybe I spread myself too thin. If he brought it up to me, I would comment on it. And but other than that, I'm not the type to say, you see it, rub someone's nose in it or whatever. But why I'm telling this is because it's really difficult, man. Everyone's pulling you in different directions. Who wouldn't want to be on TMZ weekly? That was probably a good gig for him. I think at the time he was doing Fox Sports as well. He and then I guess he had something with he had a hip hop artist buddy, Wiz Khalifa, right?
That I'm not sure.
Palling around and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And then like I say, building a new gym, that's really tough to do. But yeah,
it's just too much.
Everyone else is hungry and going after you, man. I can't believe how true Rocky 3 was. And I've seen it played out. In Rocky 3, his coach Mickey, Rocky's coach Mickey, told him, I don't like all these distractions. We have money, we have resources, but we have a lot of distractions. I don't like it. And then the whole plot of the show, 29 years of age for Junior Tafa. Billy Alakana is 30. They're both 6'3". Tafa weighed in at 205.5. Alakana 204. Alakana has a 2-inch reach advantage, 77 inches to Junior Tafa's 75. Alakana's 9-2, and Tafa's 6-4.
If you want to relate it to something more in real life, it's follows Mike Tyson pretty well. Right around the time he got KO'd by Buster Douglas, he had a lot going on. He was in the gym less, personal problems. You just can't do it, man. I would say, look at some of the greats, right, in sports. What do they have in common? Like, have you ever heard the things that Cristiano Ronaldo eats, the amount of time he spends in the gym, the amount of time Kobe Bryant was in the gym when everybody else was partying, Michael Jordan, like, yeah, it's just there's a recipe there for sure.
Yeah, I agree. Some have been able to pull it off. You hear about Jordan gambling, playing cards, smoking a cigar, and then he'd still deliver. So some of them are just special, man, and they can manage it all. However, most of the time that's not the case.
Mm.
And who's this right here? That looks like Vanessa.
Red.
Oh no, that's Red De La Cruz. Okay. I think Red De La Cruz is Filipina, but I think lives in Australia. Unless she lives in Vegas now. I don't know. All right, here's one of the Tafa brothers. Where was I on my story? I feel like I hadn't finished it yet. What was I talking about? Woodley?
Yeah. With a rapper friend, and he wouldn't rub it in his face.
Yeah, no, not definitely not. I mean, he's brought it up himself, so he's going public with it, and that's just what he felt at that time. He had the TMZ show, he had Fox Sports, the new gym, but going back to Clubber Lang, in that movie, it's portrayed by Mr. T. This guy was in a grimy gym, working out. Like, big right hand by Tafa knocks down Alakana. Wow. I thought he might have knocked him out. Alakana's already recovered, has his arms around Tafa's waist.
I can't tell if he is recovered or if he's hanging on for dear life.
Man, it was a big overhand right, and he just fell, crumbled. It looked like one of those Jenga games, when everything just collapses. The Tafa brothers can smoke, man. They throw some really heavy hands. They just haven't had the best of runs, neither one of them.
They cover, or he covers a lot of ground with his strikes too.
Yeah. Anyway, so that movie comes from 40 years ago, but it was so true. It was so true. You know, then Marvin Hagler a few years later said it's hard to get up at 5 a.m, you know, when you sleep in silk pajamas or silk sheets or both. I can't remember. And he goes, that's the tough part, you know, and then you definitely more commitments. So I don't know if anyone would watch the Rocky movies nowadays. Would they? Could you talk someone into seeing 6 movies
So you're
that
saying
are
like a
40
younger
years old?
person?
Yeah, like a Nolan King or someone.
Maybe not 6, but you definitely there's an appreciation for 1 and 2, 3
Well,
and
1
4.
won an Oscar, didn't it?
Yeah, you probably stop at 4 though. Is there an eye poke? Herb's
No.
not calling it.
Did Laura go to the Del Taco in Linwood?
She went to the store too.
Oh. There's a little over 2 minutes left here, and Alakana definitely seems to have shaken those cobwebs from the earlier takedown, and that's been the most significant strike of the night. Alakana hasn't really been able to do too much with his wrestling, so I think he still needs to even things up a little bit. You know, Herb Dean's like about 58 years old.
I wouldn't have guessed 58, but I would have probably said low 50s. I mean, poor Mark
He's
Smith, man.
55. I'm sorry, he's 55. Junior Tafa, man, he's unloading.
Why wouldn't he follow up on
Oh,
this?
and he's pointing to the ground too, because he had a chance. Alakana was kind of hurt along the fence. Tafa walked away, and then he pointed at the center of the octagon. I don't know if that was smart. He kind of had Alakana hurt, but he must feel like he has a good beat on him or something to be that confident. Alakana's tough though. He's still standing in front of him. He's been kicked and punched very hard this round. I wish they could mic up Herb Dean and he could really say what he's thinking.
Mm-hmm.
There's got to be a point where he goes, God damn, you know, like when someone just gets hit to the liver or the kick, like, oh,
Oof.
for the love of God.
I'd be curious what he'd be thinking in like Namajunas Esparza.
Tafa again. Alakana answered back nicely at the end of round 1 to get some respect back. But Tafa, man.
Do you have live odds by any chance?
Yeah, I can get them.
I'm curious what they think of it now.
What were the odds before the fight started?
What I'm seeing here is 275 and plus 200. Let me see what we got it in it. Why do I do stupid things? There we go. Yeah, we got Alakana at minus 275.
Junior Tafa's the favorite now.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, it's clear he won round 1. But yeah, he's minus 145 and Alakana's minus 110.
Now's the time to strike on Alakana. I think I'll have a comeback. I was curious to see what they told Alakana in between rounds. He's the bigger dude. He wasn't completely lost in round one. He had some moments. I think he could turn things around. But Tafa, if he could just stick to his game plan, keep his hands up, probably do the same thing in round two.
Tafa's still the one that's pressing the action.
Mm-hmm. Alakana seems like he might be slowing down a little bit, taking deep breaths.
Tafa still, well, now it's even. Now the fight's even in terms of live betting. Damn, that was a big right hand by Alakana. And Tafa's a little hurt. There's 3:15 left here. Alakana's face has a little more confidence in it.
I think Tafa shook it off.
Yeah, Tafa just went to the body. Alakana just landed an overhand right, followed by a stinging jab. He's a southpaw, so the jab came from the right hand. Tafa back to the body. Tafa threw an overhand right, and Alakana ducked under it. He's got a nice hold around the body of Tafa, and he drags him down to the ground. Oh, and he gets two hooks in fast.
I thought he was going to be too high at first, but he can do some damage from here.
Alakana's got mount.
Spot. Throw them elbow.
The odds are gone. There's still over 2 minutes left, so not only can he win the round, he can win the fight.
He's got a body triangle now. I thought he was better in the other position, but we'll see here.
Is he underneath the chin? Yes.
Yeah.
He's in tap, and he does. Alakana defeats Junior Tafa, but it was not easy. Tafa definitely took it to him.
25
Tafa doesn't look too happy right now. In fact, it didn't even look like he wanted any part of a handshake or anything. I think Tafa's just really pissed at himself.
It did kind of seem like he was upset, right? But I don't see. I understand being upset at yourself, but
What do you mean?
when they separated him, he seemed upset, right? Like, but not upset with
Tafa?
himself. Yeah, upset at Alakana a little bit.
Yeah, no, I'm sure he's upset at himself, but I think he was just thinking, man, I could beat you, like one of those, if we fight 10 times, I beat you 7, that type of thing. Like I say, he looked good. He looked good when they were just striking.
Mm-hmm.
But here on the ground, Alakana was quick, man. Tafa gives him a big old hug. Maybe all's well.
All right. I keep getting confused with the times.
Why is that?
You know, they start 1 hour earlier. So like right now we're about to start the main card.
The main card, yeah.
But when I look down sometimes and see the clock, I go, man, we still got a ways to go.
No, that's it. First fight of the main card is Malarkey, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this will be a banger.
Against Salkild. Congrats to Billy Alakana, man. It was not going good for him early on, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. So last week, Paramount Plus just kind of made the switch for us. We didn't have to go to the main card or anything. Hopefully they do that again this week.
Yeah, no, we'll see. I mean, we're just starting out, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, we got our next fight. It's going to be Killian Salkild and Jamie Malarkey. Salkild is minus 1,200. That's a lot, dude. Malarkey plus 750. Don't get me wrong. I think Salkild's going to win, but he is not 1,200 material. That's just way too much. Ugh.
He's gonna win.
He's gonna win, but
you just don't have to bet it. You can say this is what I
Yeah.
think he's gonna win. You're gonna,
all right, fuck it.
you know, if you're gonna bet the other side, just put $10. You know, that's it. Like, there's no reason to put big money. Fun money, okay, something that you can afford to lose, sure. But I don't know anyone that's going with Malarkey, honestly. Oh, thank you.
You wanna kill that while I hold down the fort?
Yeah, I just want to see what Dan Tom said. Dan Tom definitely likes Salkild. And as far as his plays are, and again, check out Fluid Thoughts on his Substack, Dan Tom MMA. He basically breaks down every card and then does the same for our website. Well, thank you.
All right, just made the switch.
It looks to me like that's his pick and that's it. I mean, look, the odds are big, right? So maybe just bring it down by taking them by KO.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. Well, so I'll let you pound that and I'll hold down the fort.
Can you see me?
Yeah. Let me get you out. We said it before the fight started, right? On paper, I think George said this was a 6.5. I said a 7.0. The fights themselves have been entertaining. One of the questions you have to sort of ask yourself is, what do they mean, right? That's why the numbers at the end of the fighters mean so much. They're telling a story. So far, not much of a story's been told, but a lot of times on prelims, you don't really get that. This is a numbered event, though. I think you can expect a little bit more. It's been entertaining so far. I'm not hating it. This next fight right here, I think, is going to be a banger. Some guys going for some finishes, maybe some money being left on the table for a couple others, but I've been entertained, so I'm happy so far. And we'll see what this main card has to offer us. But you always want to look at the top of the card and what does that mean? And it can mean so many different things. But it was an area of frustration for a lot of us when the fight was announced, because we felt like they could have gone in a different route. We just saw this. This is Volk's last fight was Lopez. Lopez has since then gotten a win, and he looked good in the fight. He got the job done, but he also took some damage in that fight as well. It was close to not going his way. It just didn't scream, he's back and we need to get him back in there. But here we are, and now you look at the situation, it's kind of funny and interesting because I hear more and more people thinking Volk could actually lose tonight, possibly, to just a younger lion. Sometimes you'll get a fighter and they'll just turn old overnight. One game, one performance. Maybe that happens tonight. I just don't feel like Diego Lopez. I'm not so sure it's enough time for him to have really changed things around. But he is the younger guy. He's a good fighter. It's possible. I'm starting to see that more, that there is more of a chance for Lopez in this fight. Round one's going to tell the story, though, right? It could be us all looking at our TVs going, man, we already saw this. What the hell? We're watching this again. Nothing has changed. That's very possible. Or it could be Lopez makes a few adjustments, stuffs a couple takedowns, and we got ourselves a fight. We'll see how all that plays out. Hoofy and Fiziev is a decent fight. It's a good fight. Number 9 and number 14, right, in the UFC rankings. I'm not sure what we have them at MMA Junkie. George is the one that takes care of that. But that's a decent fight, and it's a fun fight. And then the co-main event, BSD and Dan Hooker. That can be a banger. That can be pretty crazy. We don't really know what version of Dan Hooker we're going to get. Sometimes he'll come out there, give you a banger, but doesn't get the job done. Sometimes it's just they'll get ran through. You don't know, because we're not, well, at least I am not sure 100% what we have with Benoit and Denis. I don't know, man. This guy shows a lot of promise at times, and then sometimes he just has the brain fart. He's recovered from a couple of those brain farts, but I'm just not ready to call him elite just yet. He's a good fighter. Is he great? I don't even know if we really answer that by him fighting Dan Hooker. But he'll get closer, and it's an interesting division. It's a fun division. So we'll see. But the end of the night could end up being a lot of fun for us here. And we'll see. Second numbered event of the year, back-to-back cards, Paramount Plus. So far, my Paramount Plus experience for today has been great. I love the way it kicks off. I love that when I go on the app, it's not like ESPN. And I don't really want to shit on ESPN so much. But remember, ESPN covers everything. What is the priority for mixed martial arts? It's not as much, right, as the NBA, the NFL, MLB, NHL. Sometimes it's kind of hard to find stuff. Paramount Plus, when you log in, the first thing you saw was the UFC. It's the number one thing that's important to them right now. There it was. It was easy to find. I clicked it. Boom, I'm there. So far, the stream has held up fine. It's been entertaining fights. A couple little bells and whistles. Not big ones, but different. And I've enjoyed those as well. I enjoyed not having to switch out of the stream, go find another stream, get back in. I love that they took care of that. So far they've done their job here. It's 6 p.m., so we're officially now at the main card. They are making the switch here. CBS Sports presents UFC on Paramount Plus. And yeah, we'll see. This is the first card where we have kind of their finished product, what they're hoping to do. Paramount Plus with the UFC. So far, so good. And you can't beat the price, right? And we talked to John Martin in the PFL. Their deal is coming up soon. And it could be that just same way we had ESPN Plus, we had the PFL and the UFC under one umbrella. That might happen here. They could go to Paramount Plus, and the same amount of money you pay every month could be going towards also a little bit of cherry on top with the PFL. That might work out, or we might have to go somewhere else to watch that. Or maybe they re-sign with ESPN Plus. You don't know. But right now, between the UFC and the television shows that they have on Paramount Plus, it's a pretty good deal, man. A lot of hints going on from different fighters this week, but one of them is Volk. You feel like he might have one foot out the door. You know, I think we're going to see more and more of this from fighters nowadays. They've just smartened up. I think they've seen the previous generation, and some of those guys went on a little too long, had too many losses towards the end that probably weren't very good representation of their career. And I think they just want to get in and out. Elliott has kind of pointed to that as well. I'm not going to be here for years. You know, you want to come in, make their splash, make their money, and get out. I think we're going to see that more out of this new generation. But with Volk, I feel like he still wants to do this a little bit more. I think it would take a pretty bad KO or something to maybe get him to stop. Man, as I say that, we're seeing some horrific KOs. Dan Hooker's something else, man. He is fun. He's entertaining to have around. He's almost, I would almost say, like this generation's Cowboy Cerrone, maybe. You know, anytime, any place, he's going to give you a fight, but you kind of know what you have with him. He might have taken that mantle up a little bit. Right now, we're seeing the intro. And they're talking about Alexander Volkanovski. I'm curious what's going on in the arena, if that's changed at all. If they get to see this or if they don't. Hello. We'll see. Let me check on George here.
Hello
Hi.
there.
Huh? Yeah, he did. How you doing?
I've never eaten Mexican food so fast.
Oh, yeah?
I'm trying to hustle here.
Oh, okay. No, I was just checking.
I heard everything you said, though, and I like that. Cowboy is the Cowboy and Hooker comparison.
All right, didn't he kind of maybe take over for him a little bit in that regard? Just that guy that you can count on. You know it's going to be a fun fight.
Right.
But at the same time, you're not really expecting him to win the title or anything like that. And I think he kind of has come to that realization as well. Jokes around with it a little bit. Sydney looks cool, man. I think I'd go to Sydney one day. Let me put you back out here. Despite everything they're trying to kill you, tarantulas, blue ring octopus, sharks, box jellyfish. The fuck out of here, man. Alligators, crocodiles. Maybe I'm not trying to visit. But it's kind of on my bucket list. I would like to go. I'll take it back. I won't go in the outback. Maybe it'll be one of those where I just kind of go in for a few minutes and get the hell out. I just don't want to. My whole goal is not to die in a stupid way. And getting eaten by another animal, it's not a good time. I'm very paranoid of that. It's not the way I want to go out. John Anik, a staple of the UFC here, giving us the lowdown. If you guys watched Dirty Boxing last night, his twin brother, Jason Anik, was on that call. He didn't do too bad. It was fun. You throw in Mike Perry, who was doing a lot of work, man. He was everywhere. He was doing interviews in the back. He was talking as the fighters would come out. He was on the actual call. That guy was really putting in some time. And look, he is what he is. If you're looking for somebody to be tie and jacket, straight and narrow. You're not going to get that. But he can say some intelligent things calling the fight, and he kind of cracks you up. You know, he keeps it real a little bit. I did not mind him one bit. That promotion was fun. I think that was their 6th one last night, and it was entertaining. But the more and more these things pop up, Zuffa boxing, dirty boxing, I can't remember what BKFC, all of these, as a fight fan, what they do little by little without you noticing, karate combat, they kind of take you away from all the other sports. If you guys are like George and I, we grew up with the major sports. We're big Laker fans, big Dodger fans, Manchester United fans, Golden Knight fans, and then where we drift apart is NFL. George is a 49ers fan. I'm a Commanders fan. But little by little, where you used to know everyone on offense and defense, you maybe know a little bit less because this sport is just nonstop. Just the UFC alone. And then you throw in PFL, and then you throw in all the other appetizers. There's only so much room in your brain to remember all this stuff. So yeah, some of the other sports have kind of taken a hit for us. So when I saw dirty boxing, I was like, man, the last thing I want to do is become a dirty boxing fan now. But it was fun. It was definitely fun. You guys are probably wondering, why doesn't this guy shut the hell up? This is like the world's longest intro. They're showing the beach now in Sydney. It's probably not a good thing if there's a sign with a big X through it and a human being. What is that? Dangerous current? You definitely don't want to see that sign when you're at the beach. But yeah, we're awaiting our first fight. Man, I wish Kevin Hart would show up. Oh, there he is again. Hey, man, bet on sports. Just don't go too crazy. We'll pull a fight. Anthony Hernandez spoke up about this, his fight being pulled with Michael Johnson, and he basically said, look, man, this is what I do for a living. I need to do this to make money. Whatever it is you're doing, please figure it out soon and get me right back out there because I want to fight. I can't agree with him more. You know, obviously, unless something foul really, really did happen and it can be proved. I also kind of get where the UFC is coming from. You have to protect the integrity of your sport. Those types of things can kill your sport. And Dana White just didn't want to go through it again, and he pulled the fight. Hopefully they are compensated in some way or form, because putting together a whole camp, doing a weight cut, you deserve something for that. And then, yeah, hopefully they can both get back in there or against different people. But I do understand where the UFC is coming from, and protecting the integrity of the sport is very important. It's just kind of a shitty situation for the fighters in that regard. I am now getting close to that point where commercials are driving me crazy. Now, ESPN Plus, it was the same commercial over and over and over. At least these guys are moving it around a little bit. But yeah, I am getting to that point where enough. Let's check on this fool again.
As soon as I started to consume that last fry, the dog ran upstairs, kind of like, well, you ain't got nothing to offer me. I'm out of here.
He's smart.
I haven't eaten that fast in a long time. I was like, I gotta get back in there. Take me up. Put me back in the game. Where's that from?
Tape Me Up.
Yeah.
Well, that's got to be a wrist or an ankle, right, or something. Probably a football movie.
No. I know what I'm thinking of. Oh my god! I can't believe I didn't have to cheat. No more hints. I know what it is. That movie, Tears of the Sun, with Bruce Willis, when him and an elite team are out in Africa, and they're trying to escape to Cameroon. They're in Nigeria. They're being chased by Nigerian forces.
Mm-hmm.
It's about 20 years old. Good movie though. Cole Hauser's in it. Bruce Willis is in it. Please tell me you've seen it.
Yeah, it's a great movie.
Viper's in it from Top Gun. What's his name? Tom Skerritt, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And Ross Pearson making an appearance. Anyway, in one of those, the guy that was like the lookout, he got clipped, and he's telling Doc, take me up. You got to put me. I got to get back in the game. I got to get back in the game. That's how much he wanted to be there with his brothers, because obviously they were outgunned. There was like about 100 to 300 rebel forces. This was like a team of 10. So he didn't want to leave them hanging. I just can't believe, out of all the movies I've seen and how old that is, that I was able to get that, because usually it would take me days.
Well, I thought it was gonna be a sports movie, so I was way shocked that Tears from the Sun.
Me too. It just kind of had that feel like that's what it was, but no, it was that movie.
All right, so you're done.
Consume food.
Yes.
All right, everyone. So let's see if I can do as good of a job as Goze. What is it? 6:13, and we still haven't kicked off the first fight yet.
I left you no talking points, by the way. I think I probably went through all the.
No, I know. I heard you say that, but now it's 5 minutes later, and they still. I said this last week. The UFC's pay-per-views used to start at 7 p.m. Pacific, and usually by 7:10, that was the goal. Let's get going. Like, I don't think too many people tune into a pay-per-view and only watch the pay-per-view. So you've kind of heard Rogan, Anik, Cormier talk about that they're in Las Vegas, what the fights that are upcoming are, and this and that. You don't need to cover all that again. Welcome to Las Vegas. Like, we know where you're at. Greet the fans, your audience, and tell them what the main event is. But let's go. Those fighters, they know what time they're starting. Walk them out by 7:10. And now, in this case, in the Paramount era, 6:10. I might give them a pass and go, all right, 7:15, I suppose, 6:15, which would be now. If they start to walk out now, I might be okay. Here's your team for tonight. John Anik, Michael Bisping, Daniel Cormier, John Gooden, and Dean Thomas. Joe Rogan doesn't do international events. He hasn't for about 5 years, and that includes Canada. He did say one time, though, that I think he would go to London. I think he said he would go to London for Aspinall Jones, or there's certain fights that he teases that he would get on a plane and go to. But he hasn't in a while. He's obviously a comedian, lives in Austin, Texas, owns a comedy club, and then happens to also host the #1 podcast in the world. He's very wealthy, and so he honestly just doesn't have to do. He doesn't have to do it, so that's why he chooses not to. But I think him and Dana just have a great friendship. He was one of the first celebrities to endorse the UFC. He wanted to work for the UFC. I think we worked many years for the UFC for free. And eventually, now he's in a position where I'm sure he gets paid handsomely. And with the popularity of his podcast, it's almost like a commercial for the UFC because everyone knows that that's the one of the lead commentators there. But yeah, he just won't do the international travel, which is weird. If you live in Austin, it can't be that much further to go to Vancouver than Seattle, right? If they were to both host pay-per-views, what's the big deal? But I think what he wants is basically maybe probably 8 events per year. I would imagine if you look back the last few years, the UFC averages about 13 or 14 pay-per-views per year. And I'd say most of them are in the USA, but not all. They go to Rio de Janeiro. They go yearly to Abu Dhabi. And then you got Australia has been pretty consistent with Perth holding it down most of the time. This year they're in Sydney. I have a feeling Paris, France is going to graduate to a pay-per-view city soon. I can't see why London isn't one more often. They always pack the house nicely there. And then them European cities, you don't have to delay it. They will be out there at 5 a.m., 3 a.m., not happily, but they'll do it for the right card. But, I actually have a website open that tells me where all these locations are. I'm just curious what that number is.
Can I ask you a question while you're doing that?
Sure.
Do you think, this is a little theory of mine, Rogan doesn't travel to some of these internationals because having that much money and the ability to just do whatever the hell you want when you want, getting on a plane and flying for these places is just one more way you can die that he just doesn't need. Why get in a car and drive long distances? Why get in a plane? Everybody always comes to him.
He goes hunting. I think he still does a few things out there where you could, obviously still hurt yourself. I don't think it's that. I just think it's because look, they go first class. They get taken care of. Don't get me wrong. I think he would do it for the right event, but make an exception. But I think he looks at it as it's probably not just, you got to get there probably on a Thursday because he hosts the weigh-ins on Friday. So you probably got to get in there a day early. It's a long travel. And then on the way back, like you may have lost 7 days. And I think it just throws him out of a routine that he doesn't want to do anymore. Plus, he's been to a lot of these cities. He may have already done what he needed to do to know them. And that's that. But look, let's take a look at 2025. In 2025, the pay-per-views were LA for UFC 311, Micallef versus Moicano. And then they went to Sydney, Australia for Duplessis versus Strickland. Back in Vegas. And that one was Pereira versus Ankalaev. Miami, Florida in April. Montreal, Quebec, Canada for UFC 315. In June, they were at Newark. Newark and Miami are starting to become yearly. 317, Las Vegas. 318, New Orleans for Poirier's last fight. 319, Chicago, Illinois. It was good they went back to Chicago. They hadn't been there in a while. 320, back in Las Vegas. 321, Abu Dhabi. New York, they get their yearly visit in November. And then back in Las Vegas. So they only had a few outside the country. Most of them are stateside. So he'll get to at least 8 to 10 of them. He just doesn't want to travel, a full day. I think he would if Dana White asked him to, like if it was something really special, maybe a stadium show or a numbered event like 400, right? Or maybe 350. I don't know. That or a special show, not like the White House, because the White House is obviously domestic, but just something like maybe, let's say, the Roman Coliseum. I don't know. I think, he can obviously be talked into it because I think that's how much him and Dana really, really are there for each other.
He doesn't miss much time though. I mean, like, doesn't he normally do a comedy show like the Friday night? So, I mean, he benefits there.
I think he's more focused on the podcast now. He did his last comedy special. I don't think it went over as well as he thought. And I think, the podcast does well. UFC does well. I know he's got 2 daughters, and I don't know that he's doing these sets. Like when he lived in LA, him and Joey Diaz were down in, Los Angeles or Pasadena at the Ice House or wherever. And they were, getting those reps in over and over and over. But I'm talking like 10, 15 years,
Mm-hmm.
And then the podcasting just changed everything. But back then they were night owls. They were doing the writing at night, and they really wanted their comedy careers to take off. But the podcast game, I think, changed a lot of things. And look, some guys just aren't arena guys. Like Joe does his special, and then he might tour and do a few shows here and there, but they're not going to do like arenas and, long shows, multiple nights in one city, things like that.
True.
Okay, so Jamie Malarkey has Salkild up against the fence, and now he gets him down actually to the ground. Salkild scrambles, grabs the single. He's holding on to it a little bit too long because Malarkey's socking him up, but now they let it go.
He got up quick though, didn't he?
He did. A lot of action here in the first round. Both guys very athletic, wiry, strong. They're just hopping along, man. Covering a lot of ground with their strikes, with their feints. It makes you want to definitely not look away because you might miss something. Salkild tries to time another takedown, misses, but he does deliver a knee to the body. Malarkey with 2 unders, and he's got Salkild pressed up against the fence. He's definitely not as big as Salkild, but man, he's looks to be just as strong. Now he's starting to take his back while on the feet. Salkild's still managing to keep his back against the fence. Just as I say that, Malarkey pulls him out, but now he's back there. Now I imagine Malarkey's using up some energy here because he's yanking on Salkild's body to try and rest him or lean him one way or another so he can trip him up.
What's important here is that he's dictating the pace of this fight. Salkild has to react to him. Until now. Jesus Christ, man. Salkild just threw Malarkey like a kid.
You ate that fast?
I got through the first part and I said, I probably would want to finish this off. Oh my God. Salkild's got a choke. It's more of a...
Yeah, he choked him out. That was it.
Wow. That's it. It wasn't under the chin.
Once he got him down, he got behind him pretty quickly, man. Crowd's going nuts.
We're kind of on fire with our picks.
The other fighters in the back are like, finish up that warm-up. This thing didn't even go around. Damn, Malarkey looks like he's really disappointed because the first round was going okay for him. Like he was winning little mini battles, up against the fence.
Mm-hmm.
He was stopping takedowns from Salkild early on. It looked like he was gaining confidence. And just then, just like you said, Salkild throws him down. He tripped him.
Damn, look at that.
And then when he wound up on top, he actually wound up like in side control. Malarkey turns away, and right away he basically had his back. Yeah, he cranked his face to the side. He really wasn't under the chin, but his head was like all the way twisted around. A lot of pressure on the jaw. Now that might be up for 100 grand.
Yeah. Well, the finish was nice. But yeah, I guess if you compare what else has been going on tonight.
But it did look like a devastating finish. Like I think that's what the UFC wants. The UFC wants like wow moments, like we say, and Salkild's been providing those in the last year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's pretty. He's kind of a highlight machine.
Yep. Let me look at this card here and see who's eligible so far. Remember, all finishers, if you made weight, all finishers get 25,000. You can get 100,000 if you're selected as one of the performance bonuses of the night, in which case you'd give up the 25, but you're at least going to get 25. So let's go through it. First one was a decision win by Lawrence Louis. Nakamura, however, got a TKO stoppage. So that's 25 at least in the bank for him.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had a submission by Micallef over Elliott. And then we had the TKO stoppage with Cam Rawstorn over Cody Brundage. Billy Alakana had a submission as well. So we got 5 finishes so far, Goze, and 3 fights have gone to decision. Now, out of those 5, which ones have popped the most to say, oh, this person's really made a great case? Look at that takedown.
Oh,
It's like a nice trip / throw. I mean, he made Malarkey fly in the air, dude.
yeah.
So that, and then look at this right here. Look at this highlight. He's just getting his head twisted to one side like a bottle cap.
Oh,
There's something to that submission, like.
Doesn't he look like his after party would be at the Double Deuce or something?
Where?
The Double Deuce, where Patrick Swayze was a bouncer.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird because Malarkey was, I don't want to say outpowering him early on, but like he was moving him around too. So for him to just pick him up like that and throw him, great performance.
Mm-hmm. See, Alakana lost round 1 against Tafa, and then round 2 was pretty even up until when he got the finish. I don't know if that hurts him or not. I just think this guy's in the running, Goze. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
he could get one. There's still 4 fights left, but that was a little bit of a wow moment.
It's one where when you go into the backstage, I think people say, "Don't shower, man. Just watch these next few, and we'll find out." I think he's the main event. I have a feeling is going to be a lot better fight than we thought. And then when you have Dan Hooker and BSD, I mean, those two are going to throw down. Might be tough.
All right, Goze. So clarify something for me. Last week on Spinning Back Click, I thought something happened where we might or might not have a shoey bet. Was it you and Danny?
Yeah.
And is it based on Tuivasa versus Teixeira?
I don't remember, but basically you just said the bet's on.
Well, that's my
I
job.
do not agree to that.
Instigate or whatever. And
I was very clear I ain't trying to do that. I've already done that. Once is enough.
were you really grossed out by it? It looked like you got through it pretty easily.
It was not a good time.
Melgar got a win 2-0 over Cinciano. So they start off the Peruvian league with 3 points.
Nice. Where was the game?
It was in Arequipa. But both teams are used to high altitude. Believe it or not, Melgar plays like at 8,000 feet altitude. Cinciano plays at 10,000. So neither place is by any way a picnic. Next game for Melgar is on the 8th of February at Sporting Cristal in Lima. Manchester United plays at 6 a.m. tomorrow, Pacific time. If you have been on the fence to become a soccer fan, let me try and push you over the top. For one, the most competitive league in the world is the Premier League, the English Premier League. That doesn't mean the other ones suck. It's just that the other ones are very top heavy and the same teams seem to win. They have the biggest budgets, the most resources, and it doesn't seem like the other teams come close to matching them. They just have the most money to spend. Like in Spain, for example, you've all heard of Real Madrid and Barcelona. Every once in a while, Atletico Madrid is a team that threatens. In Germany, if it's not Bayern Munich, if they don't win it one year, they'll win it the next. PSG in France and so on. Ajax in Holland. The English Premier League is very competitive. Now that said, look, there's been a team called Manchester City that's had a really nice run, despite this league being so balanced, and from top to bottom there being no easy game. But okay, let's just get into it. I think it's a great sport. It's easy to understand. It's worldwide. It's not hard to find fans of the team you select wherever you may be around the world. So we're Manchester United fans. I invite you to join the Manchester United train. This might be the right time. You won't get ridiculed, and I'll tell you why. Well, you will, because we haven't been that good the last few years. And we've gone through a lot of drama, but it looks like we might just be clearing it and ready to get back to our dominating ways.
Now is the time.
Yeah. And tomorrow they start at 6 a.m. Pacific, 9 a.m. Eastern. Google Manchester United viewing party, bar, wherever you might be in the United States. There's a bar that'll have other fans, and it's fun. You'll meet some people, and you'll have a good time. And you can bet on it, too.
No. Man, these Rams everywhere. It was on WWE, was on the turnbuckle. Must be a big...
Dodge is spending money, it looks like.
Who?
Dodge?
Oh, I said the Dodgers are spending money. I was going to say, well, yeah, they do that, but who they get now? Do you remember when we were at Zuffa Boxing and we ran into somebody and they told us, if you have an idea for probably going to give it away. The announcer,
Wow.
I gave that person an idea yesterday and they liked it. And they liked it so much that they may not use it on that. They'd rather wait for a bigger event. So if that goes down, that will be my mark.
There's nothing you can share about it, though?
I can't, but I can text it to you.
I'm curious. I know what you're talking about.
All right. Let's see what you think.
Now, Towson Teixeira is a big favorite. Goes, maybe before you send me that text, let's make our bet.
Yeah.
I like Teixeira in this one. Nothing would make me happier than to see this guy doing his shoeies and all that. I don't dislike him one bit. He's had some runs. I remember he knocked out Derek Lewis, I believe. But yeah, when you're on a 5-fight losing streak, I mean, bro, like, it's tough for me to get behind you and think this is the one,
Uh-huh.
Towson Teixeira seems to be the real deal as well. But that said, I did do a small play on a TKO by Tuivasa because I'm not going to bet Teixeira. I think Teixeira is going to win, but I'm not going to bet him. Some of these lines are just too much.
I agree with you. I put in
like the bet over minus 200.
I put in the play of Teixeira for both of us. But just if you look at their bodies, the way they fight, it's going to be hard for Teixeira's just got to stay at a distance and probably wear this guy down. Tuivasa, I just don't know that he'll be able to get within range to get what he wants. He takes too many shots. Even the great Mark Hunt started to slow down at some point, right? So
yeah,
I just this doesn't seem like it's a good matchup for him. Okay, I just sent it to you.
And he took a year off. I mean, even a year off's not the best thing. He said he just needed to relax and clear his mind. And I think you were almost 400 pounds too. Is another reason, if I'm not mistaken. He got big to Tai Tuivasa. At least 3.5 bills. So I think that was another reason that you just didn't want to rest. You might have gone into a slight depression or who knows what. But I remember seeing a photo with him, and he was a big kid at some event. Or was he training in Abu Dhabi? I can't remember, but I was like, whoa, this guy's not ready to take a fight. Now, he did look pretty good, though, when I saw him the other day on Embedded. So it's come off, but still, that just seems like a lot. Let's look at their ages, though. They haven't shown the graph yet, so we'll get an early start on that. Tai Tuivasa is 32, so he's not old.
Really?
And in MMA, especially as a heavyweight, it's pretty young. Not spring chicken, but still. Taliesin Teixeira, however, as a heavyweight is a spring chicken. He's only 26. So imagine how much better he still is going to get. He's all of 6'7" as well. So you got, a reach problem going on there. Now, what's weird is they share a common opponent in Derek Lewis. Taliesin Teixeira was undefeated. He came in through Contender Series. He beat Justin Tafa, but then he lost to Derek Lewis. He got knocked out last July. And Tai Tuivasa, if I'm not mistaken, his last win was Derek Lewis. Yeah. And then he lost to Gane, Pavlovich, Volkov, Tabora, and Rosenstruck.
Damn.
Now, the first three are big names. Gane, Pavlovich, Volkov, I think they're all top 5. So, yeah, common opponent favors Tai Tuivasa, but 2 different roads that they've gone on, for sure.
He's a big kid, dude.
I know. And then when he sticks his arms up, too, you could just tell that reach is going to be big. I'm going to pay attention here so I can give you guys the tape. But you at least know the ages, 26 and 32.
I'm watching the. In your opinion, who are the hardest people to say no to that ask for money?
Money?
Money or a service?
Where are you headed with this? What do you mean?
Well, I'm just saying a group.
Family or a specific name?
No, like I'm just seeing a group that I know that I have trouble saying no to these people.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering if they're at the top of your list or not. You want me to just throw you a couple?
Sure.
So you kind of know what I'm talking about. Obviously, a homeless person, right? Sometimes they're standing out there, they ask you for money. When you're at church and that collection plate comes by, it's kind of hard to do the wave, right?
Uh-huh.
Things like that.
Okay, I would say homeless. Are you talking about like if I'm in my car? I usually don't give to anyone. Now, if I'm at a gas station and they really look, especially if it's brutally cold or brutally hot, man, yeah, I might do it then. But it all depends on their look. Are they hustling or are they really going through, bad time or whatever? And is it late at night? Am I feeling like I need to look over my shoulder? But for the most part, yeah, I could co-sign on that.
Okay.
For church too, as well. I know I've dug in my pocket and I'm thinking, oh, now I got to go to the bank because I just gave my last this or that. Or thanks, Laura.
Like I have
seniors, seniors if they're in a rough spot, I do not mind one bit helping out seniors.
I have some friends that strippers, like they just can't say no. They feel bad, especially if it's like the B team, or the C team.
Mm-hmm.
I get that one, but this is my number one. Girl Scouts, because they get you twice when you go in, and now they've smartened up. They cover both doors. So if you say like, nah, I ain't got no cash or whatever, like they get you the second time when you're coming back out,
Mm-hmm.
It's just hard to tell them little kids no. I think that's my hardest one.
How did we go from strippers to Girl Scouts?
No, I'm just giving you an idea of like services versus give me food, right?
Oh, okay.
Or give me money.
Remember about every 5-10 years, we get this deal where pay it forward, where you're in the drive-through and you're like, whatever they order behind me, I'll pay for them too. And it kind of goes around in a wave, and then it goes away. How often have you done that?
I have never had that happen to me.
You've never bought the next car their coffee?
I've never bought the next car their coffee, and I've never had it bought for me.
Okay, I've done it about 10 times.
God damn, really? Oh, you've
maybe
done
8.
it.
Maybe
You've
8.
done it. Okay.
Yeah, where I bought it, and I've gotten it back about 3 or 4. So definitely, I don't get it back as much as I give it. But that said, the George Costanza in me comes out. I kind of will look in my rearview mirror, and it's just one person, you know. I'll go, whatever they want. I'm in a good mood, you know, like I'm flexing or something.
But you don't know what it is until you get home, right? That next person could have been like, I'm actually just picking up coffee for the office. Like, they charge your card, right?
Uh-huh.
So that could get ugly, couldn't it?
I did have one like that where there was I think there was little kids, so I couldn't see 2 of them in the back. I just thought it was a mom and her kid or something. I don't know. And the lady said, "Are you sure? There's like 4 or 5." What was I going to say at that point? If anything, I leaned into it even more. I'm like, "Oh, stop it. Of course."
But,
you know, and it cost me $20 maybe.
That's not too bad.
So one time maybe I might have got started. All right, 32, 6'7", 5-inch reach advantage. 259, 265. So Tai Tuivasa was a little heavier. But what was the reach? The reach looked like it was 9 inches, right? 83 and 74.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Hey, the rule though, I mean, I don't know if this is a rule, but shouldn't it be the rule that they don't tell that person right away, that guy's paying for your meal? They say it once you've given the order, right? And just so you know, the gentleman in front, he paid for your meal. Right.
So when that lady pulls up and she hands out her credit card, they'll go, "Don't worry about it. That guy took care of it." But by then, unless I'm, milking it, I basically have pulled out of the parking lot. I have had one person pull up next to me, like at a light a little further down the road, and they honked and waved.
Mm-hmm.
And I just kind of gave a thumbs up. But you're usually gone by then.
Because my point is this: if they say it right away, then doesn't that person kind of go, "Oh, in that case, give me the venti and this"?
No,
and
they've
that.
already ordered it. They don't know
Okay.
until they get to the window.
Gotcha.
I guess you could do it at that moment too, but no, actually they couldn't, because I will have paid and already taken off. Otherwise, they wouldn't be at the window. You see what I'm saying?
I get it. Okay, I get it.
All right, here we go, folks. Now I see Tai Tuivasa definitely a lot softer than when he was doing this before. Tuivasa didn't want too much of a. Oh, there he goes. The fight's to the ground that soon already. Teixeira's on top. What I was going to say was they look like they high-fived or acknowledged, but Tai Tuivasa was like, no, we're getting into this. And Teixeira's just beating them up right now on the ground. Ty's trying to get up, but the reason he can't is because their legs are interlocked, and so it's tougher for Tuivasa to do anything. But the damage is starting to mount, and Tuivasa needs to give himself back up for sure. Otherwise, he's going to lose via ground and pound stoppage soon. Teixeira's a big boy, man. 4:10 left here in round 1, so it's still early, but Tai Tuivasa needs to take a couple deep breaths and start to get back up. But it looks like the legs are still interlocked. It's not going to be easy. Because that's going to be pretty demoralizing to lose your 6th straight. Mm-hmm. You're in Sydney. You're from Sydney. And you didn't even get one bomb off. Now, that said, he is up. Teixeira's trying to drag him back down to the ground. Tuivasa showing good balance. The reason I mentioned his body was like really big and he still looks to be out of shape is just because that center of gravity, man, it's not easy to keep your balance. And as I say it, Teixeira is not only taking him down, he's mounted him, and then he just dropped a big elbow. And he's got that long reach and wingspan. So when he just puts his elbow on your throat, he's like framing and creating separation. Tuivasa is trying to roll out of it, but he might give up his back. That could be a mistake. He also probably didn't like the elbows that were coming down on him either.
No, he had to make a move.
0-5 left here in round one. Talishera sneaks in a couple of big hands and ground and pound. Tai Tuivasa looks a little bit lost right now.
I wouldn't say they're in 10-8 territory, but they're getting there.
Yeah,
basically.
Teixeira's put it in his GPS. How do I get there?
Yeah.
And they told you can get there actually rather quick.
It said, in fact, just get out of your car. You can walk there. It's right there.
It's not far. Now, Tuivasa's basically his only defense right now is to hold one of Teixeira's hands to make sure he's not using that hand to beat him up. But that's all. That's about all he can do right now. And him having his legs intertwined is not helping Tuivasa one bit. Tuivasa is just holding on and trying to control one wrist. But Teixeira looks like he's not concerned at all. More ground and pound from Teixeira. Oh, now he's getting under the chin. Now Tuivasa addresses that. 150 left here in round one. Talishera and Teixeira mixing up elbows and punches really, really well. It looked like he was going to squeeze on his head a little bit, but he let that go.
But for being in that position for that long, you would think he would have laid more damage on Tuivasa.
Yeah.
Like he might actually get out of this round, which is crazy.
And you might get out of it in 10-9 territory.
Possibly.
He was headed for 10-8, and there's still plenty of time. There's still a minute 20. I think if you were to bloody him up a little bit, because that's a lot of strikes right there. Look at that. Elbow punches, elbows, punches. I think Ty, if anything, is kind of selling it like, this ain't no big deal. Because he really does look like he's unaffected. He's getting dominated. He has no answers, but it doesn't look like he's, in a bad spot. Oh, he got up and he ate a knee from Teixeira. The crowd went nuts. There's 48 seconds left here. Let's see if Tai Tuivasa can get some hands going. Again, the crowd's ready to just explode, man.
Back up against the fence is the worst place Teixeira could be right now.
Yeah.
He needs to get out of that. He needs to be in the center of the cage.
Ty's pushing him up against the fence. He's got both underhooks. Now, Teixeira's got to look like he's not too concerned. 25 seconds left here in round one. Ty's not throwing bombs. I think, if anything, he's just collecting himself, and so's the other guy. And I think it would just be a win to get out of here, not get 10-8'd, get a minute of rest, and then come back swinging in round two. I think that's what's going to happen. We're down to 10 seconds. These fighters hear the clappers, and sometimes they just explode. But Tai Tuivasa's arms are kind of trapped a little bit. That's it. That's the end of round one. He survived. Let's look at Teixeira. He's walking around a little slow, maybe dejected that he didn't get the finish. He is a big dude, though. I didn't expect him to just skip over there either.
But his legs weren't there the way you would think.
Yeah, and Ty is taking some deep breaths. He's drinking water. He seems okay.
If you get up to piss at like 3 a.m., whatever walk you do, that's what Teixeira did going back to his corner.
Goze, you should see the walks I have. Because I take that batch CBD gummies. Oh, I go into a deep sleep. So that walk to the bathroom was very slow. Like my eyelids are heavy, man. Have you tried one yet or no?
I've tried half of one.
You got to try one. You'll get great sleep, man. Okay, here we go. Teixeira throws a straight kick right up, almost touches Tuivasa's chin. Tuivasa throws a wild right that misses. Teixeira still throwing that kick right up the middle. It's not really coming close. Tuivasa throws a calf kick. Teixeira's little front kick is not bad, but He did seem to throw a low leg kick, and when he threw it, it looked kind of slow.
He needs to get away from that fence, though, right? Like right now, that's what's going to happen. This is the best place for him right now. And Tuivasa's got to get going. Whatever it is he wants to do, he needs to start doing it.
Well, again, Tuivasa by KO. Spinning back fist misses for Teixeira. Oh, Tuivasa set him up nicely. He went to the body and then he landed overhand right. Didn't land flush, but it looked like it hurt Teixeira a little bit.
No.
10-9, 10-9 coming in from the media on Teixeira. No 10-8s. They just traded leg kicks. 3:40 left in round 2. Tuivasa is taking control of the center of the octagon. He's definitely kicking a lot harder than Teixeira. Inside leg kick. Teixeira looks a little demoralized. Like he didn't get the finish and he hasn't regrouped and come to terms with that. Now, Tuivasa just landed a big overhand right to Teixeira's noggin.
Big kick from Teixeira as well.
But, big left by Teixeira. Tuivasa ate it, but then he made the mistake of just standing there, and now Teixeira's got him down on the ground. In fact, I think Tuivasa was almost kind of taunting him and then doing that, lowering his forehead, maybe get him to break his hand or whatever. But just that split second, and Teixeira he was off balance, and Teixeira managed to get him on the ground. Now, Tuivasa can get up because he was able to control the head, but just right now he attempted that, and Teixeira thwarted it. Now Teixeira's on top, and it looks like he's on top in half guard.
But don't you have that feeling? Don't you have that feeling where even if Teixeira gets the win, he maybe didn't take like another step forward? It's not like the greatest of performances. There's things that you can poke here.
Oh yeah, I mean he's only 7-1, I think, or 8-1. So he's got work to do for sure. But this is the guy that you can get over on. He's got some popularity. He's not in his best place because again he's been out for a year. He's 5 losses in a row. You could gain a lot from just winning the fight itself. But yeah, had he stopped him in the first round, we'd be saying something different. But right now we're in the second. He looks like he's tiring a little.
This position though, like John Jones, this fight's done in like a minute, right?
Yeah, I think so.
This guy's not really being a killer right now.
Right. So there's 1:15 left here in round 2. And Teixeira keeps punching Tuivasa. He's got his back. They're on the ground. I think I finally see a little bit of blood around Tuivasa's mouth. But Tuivasa's not hurt. He does a good job of tucking in his chin and protecting himself from some of these strikes. But the bottom line is Teixeira's on top. He's the only one doing anything. Tuivasa's doing nothing. Their legs are... Well, no, he's actually in mount.
He looks like he was given one of them gummies you're talking about.
Who?
Both of them, really.
Tuivasa needs to regain at least half guard, which I think he might have. Nope, he's still mounted. The overhead camera says so. 10 seconds left here. Tuivasa's trying to throw some strikes from the bottom, but it's not doing anything. I think he's going to lose this round 2, so it'll be probably 20-18 going into round 3. But he's still alive in the sense that he still has, the knockout power. And he'll be standing when they start round 3. He won't be able to win a decision. He's got to get the finish.
I've seen Tuivasa in worse situations, though. Hopefully he doesn't make that mistake again of just letting him take him down so easily. He got caught up just letting him get free shots, trying to prove how tough he was.
Yeah, there's that takedown that cost him. All because he was, like I say, taunting him a little bit, kind of like that don't hurt, that don't hurt. He even offered his head, leaned into him, and then Teixeira took advantage of that moment and shot a little double on him. It wasn't even like explosive or anything. It was just Tuivasa doesn't have the best balance because he's so big and sloppy, we'll say. And now we start the third with the touch of gloves. Again, it's Tuivasa backing up Teixeira. Teixeira's throwing kicks, but they don't have much on him. It looks like, if anything, of the two, Tuivasa's got more starch on his strikes. But he's got to get there, right? And not get taken down. Teixeira's using his long legs to kick the body, to push him off with the body. Dean Thomas is saying that Tuivasa should jab to the body. Oh, he almost walked into a knee. The crowd's getting behind Tuivasa, and Tuivasa still looks confident, Goze. Teixeira slowed down even more. Teixeira looks kind of like tall and sloppy and just kind of like fumbling around.
His defense,
like, if you were to
either.
Walk him on the jaw, he might just fall straight, boom, forward. He doesn't seem, he looks exhausted. We're down to 350 in round 3.
I would not advise this early on in the fight when Tuivasa has a lot of power, but if I were Teixeira in certain exchanges, I would try a Muay Thai plum and just throw a knee straight up the middle.
Oh, was that the nuts?
Good.
That's not. It looked like it to me. They're both tired now. They're up against the fence. Tuivasa's leaning into Teixeira. Oh, Teixeira just landed a nice hook. Oh, another one. I think Teixeira's hurting him, Goze. Oh, yeah, he's stumbling around for sure. Mark Goddard's taking a look. He's not rushing it, though. Oh, and now he just breathes out of the mouth. You can tell Teixeira's tired, even though Teixeira just landed a nice one, too. Tuivasa making it look like it's nothing. Oh, another left hook lands for Tuivasa. I think Teixeira could be in some trouble here, man. Teixeira really needs a takedown. He might get it. Nope. Tuivasa gets underhooks. Now he presses Teixeira up against the cage. 240. Tuivasa's, I think, surviving Goze. I think Tuivasa's just as tired. He needs this tie-up.
That was his moment, though.
And now he'll catch his breath and then start swinging again. The guys, Bisping and Cormier, feel like he's making a mistake by not disengaging right now.
Yeah.
But I think at the same time, he got hit with a couple strikes.
I don't think he has the wind. I think that's why he held on. That's the knee I'm talking about, right up the middle.
Uh-oh. Now they might fall to the ground because Tuivasa was kind of bent over. Now Tuivasa's starting to throw some bombs again. There's 2 minutes left. The crowd's on their feet. Oh, kick to the body by Teixeira. That's nice, actually. They're just staring at each other, smiling. They're both exhausted, and I think they both acknowledge that they're exhausted. But Tuivasa now gets underhooks, puts Teixeira up against the fence. I think he just needs to catch his breath. He ain't got enough. He had Teixeira. Teixeira was wobbled, and he wasn't on steady feet at all. And it's not like Tuivasa didn't throw big punches. I think he just didn't have enough to continue. We're down to 125 in round 3. Oh, big elbow there for Tuivasa. That's what he does, is he puts him against the cage and then every once in a while starts swinging. Couple shots to the body for Tuivasa.
This is an odd fight.
Teixeira, all of 6'7", he's kind of throwing some elbows from time to time, even if they're top to bottom. Now, Tuivasa's winning the round, but it's not like either of the other two were close enough to say, well, you never know.
Mm-hmm.
Teixeira went for a takedown, and he was unsuccessful because of a half-ass sprawl by Tuivasa.
They're both exhausted.
But Tuivasa has to make sure he doesn't grab a hold of that leg and tie him up. What Tuivasa needs to do is to stand up and strike. Hunter Campbell staring down Tuivasa right now, smiling. You can't knee him.
This looks like a security guard just holding on to somebody at Best Buy for waiting for backup to come.
Yeah, exactly. Let him go. You're not going to win it this way. You got to just let him go. Stand up. You got 20 seconds in you, don't you?
Can you imagine?
Body. There's not going to be enough time. He needs to stand up. I don't know why he's doing this. Now they are going to stand up. Are they? I don't know. Now Tuivasa's behind him. Tuivasa's got 7 seconds. Can he sock him up? Oh, it's not going to be enough. Nope, he falls off. The fight's over. They may sneak a fight of the night, Goze. Hunter Campbell's face was one like, excellent. Excellent.
Well, the crowd's helping him.
He liked the slop that he was seeing it. Yeah, and the crowd was reacting to it.
The crowd is helping them. I mean, guys, you're obviously leaning on us for what's actually happening. It was a very, very sloppy third round. Both guys were exhausted, but the fact that Tuivasa could possibly come back and end this was what was making this exciting. But yeah, it was very, very sloppy. I don't know. That's as loud as the night has been, though.
This is true. Folks, if you can hit that like button, that would be really, really great. It's a thumbs up. We would greatly appreciate it. I think we're going to win our bet in terms of Taliesin Teixeira being the winner.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to lose my bet because Tai Tuivasa didn't win by KO or TKO. In fact, I don't think he's going to win at all. But I still think that both things kind of came into play where the underdog should not have been that big of an underdog. And that's why we didn't bet the favorite because he was too big of a favorite. And he had a couple cracks at him. So I enjoyed the fight. It did its job.
Yeah. I'll be right back.
Okay. So they're going to announce this. The only thing I'm questioning is if someone's going to give a 10-8 for round one of Teixeira versus Tuivasa, but it should be a unanimous decision and more than likely 29-28 Teixeira. Let's see what they say. That is 6 in a row, though, for Tuivasa in terms of losses. One glove is off, but not 2 for Tuivasa. It's unanimous. It is 29-28. Taliesin Teixeira wins. Tuivasa looked disappointed, almost like he couldn't believe the decision. I'm not sure why. I guess he just needed to hear it. George Gurgel from season 2 of The Ultimate Fighter is your translator right now. Used to be Rich Franklin's best friend. Some of you might be going, well, who the hell is Rich Franklin? He's a former UFC middleweight champ. He's barely able to get his answers out. He's exhausted right now. DC's asking about the wrestling that led to takedowns. He said, oh, yeah, the guy's a knockout artist. The guy's a knockout artist. That's why I had to do the wrestling. Then Teixeira asked for the mic, and DC stepped away. There was only 2 questions. Usually they can sneak one more in. But it wasn't happening. Now, listen, if you're that exhausted over 3 rounds, you're nowhere near fighting for a title. That's 25 minutes. 5 rounds, 5 minutes. You got to address that for sure. Got to get a little stronger, man, with the wind. But he won. He did. Tonight's job was the win. And to be fair, maybe if he knew it was going to be 25 minutes, maybe he trains harder. I don't know. But he looked like he was done. They're showing Jack Della Maddalena. He got a nice pop. They showed Carlos Praches earlier. I'm glad Della Maddalena got a nice pop because he had a, I think he was 8-0 in the UFC when he won the title. And then it just seems like that one loss to Islam Makhachev erased all the good work that he did. He'll always be a champion. That's in the history books. He got his one big payday when he defended against Islam Makhachev. But, man, he did not look good that one fight. That's the one fight that everyone's just going to kind of remember, which sucks because prior to that, he actually had a pretty good run. In fact, let's pull it up here. Well, obviously, we all know that he beat Bilal Muhammad to win the title. And he's 29 years of age, so there's still plenty of time to get back. But look, this was his career. He came in through the Contender Series in 2021. He beat Pete Rodriguez, Ramazan Emeev, Danny Roberts, Randy Brown, Basil Hafez, Kevin Holland, Gilbert Burns, Bilal Muhammad. Burns and Hafez were split decision wins. Burns and Muhammad are really nice wins. Brown's tough. Yeah, but the only thing people are going to remember at this point is just getting destroyed by Islam Makhachev. So this next fight will be really, really pivotal for Jack Della Maddalena. I wonder who it can be. If they go with Makhachev and Kamaru Usman, I wonder if he would get Ian Machado. By the way, we found out today that Shavkat Rakhmonov is going to be out another 9 months possibly. So apparently he re-injured or got injured again, but I think he's re-injured the knee that was injured before. He fought at the end of 2024, did not fight all of 2025, and we were expecting to see him in 2026. But now it sounds like he'll be out till later this year. By the time he comes back, it'll be 2 years almost, if he comes back in 9 months. But yeah, that sucked to hear that.
Yeah, it does. I mean, look, if it's going to happen to any division, I get it. That one's got a lot of killers and a busy line. But this is a guy that we all feel is like a top dog, right? You want to see that. By the way, George, we just got a text message from our friend from Dallas, Billy.
Mm-hmm.
Click on that shit.
Oh.
I just played that and I have no idea what the hell's going on here. But basically, some guy almost removed the scalp of another guy from a punch.
Really?
It's got to be like a wig or a hair transplant or something. But his whole hairline just flew up in the air. I have never seen that happen before.
What is that? Yeah, that has to be what you said.
It's a toupee or something, right?
Uh-huh.
How can you fight with a toupee on?
I don't know. Wow.
Man, you think the crying Jordan meme is rough? This shit's going to be going on for years.
That's nuts. That's a good one. I like that one. All right, next up is Rafael Fiziev against Mauricio Hoofy. The R sounds like an H in Brazil. That's why he's Hoofy. And the reason Rafael's Rafael is because he's not from Brazil. He's from like Uzbekistan or something like that. He's not Russian. Wherever they just were, in Baku, Azerbaijan, I think that's where Fiziev was from. Let's see here.
Great wrestling over there. They also have enough one race that they do every year.
Yeah, it looks like he's part Azerbaijan and part Kyrgyzstan. We went to Kyrgyzstan, Goze. He was born in Kazakhstan. What was the fight that he had when he fought Ignacio Bahamundez? It was in Baku, Azerbaijan. Okay.
Do you remember was it Big Hector that got the forearm cramp? I know he had the mouth cramp.
No, that was Big Joe.
Okay.
He got both. He got the forearm and the cramp down here in the muscle down here.
Well, I came close to getting
below
the
the chin.
forearm one once.
Did
This
you?
morning. This morning it came very close. It probably went down for about a good 3 seconds, and I can tell you it is horrible.
Yeah.
Like if it were to keep going, I don't know what I would have done.
He
But
told
yeah.
me it's the worst, and he's had a lot. He said it was worse than the jaw, worse than the neck, worse.
How could it be worse than the jaw though? The jaw that he
Well, the
got
jaw just
frozen.
put him out for like 3 days where he had to drink out of a straw. But the forearm, I remember him saying that one was the worst. I can honestly say I've only gotten them in the toes, in the foot, in the calf, in the hamstring, and in the neck.
Our neighbor got the mouth one where he got basically he answered the door like the scream mask, like his mouth was just like that.
Mm-hmm.
And he couldn't really communicate. He had to write it down and tell me what was going on. But yeah, I was stuck like that for about an hour.
Wow. I used to go to PT, physical therapy, every week, knowing I was going to get a hamstring cramp. It took about 2 weeks before I finally surpassed it. And the reason is because my glutes weren't strong. And because my glutes weren't strong, the exercise I would do to strengthen my hamstrings, they would cause me to catch a cramp. And what sucked was walking over that table, just going, oh, man, I'm going to get a cramp. Like, why am I doing this exercise? Because we have to power through it. We have to get your glutes stronger. Because the goal was to get over to the squat rack and do squats, which would help my knee. So it was all just like one thing after the next.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, I remember just going, oh, here we go. Like, because I would actually lay there in that table in agony, man. And finally, I got to the point where I could do those exercises. Basically, it was like you're on your stomach and it's curls, right, for your hamstrings. And
oh yeah.
They started getting stronger. They started getting stronger, and then that no longer became an issue, and that was that. I saw Carlos Prates in the crowd, and that's cool. He's there to support his fighting nerd teammate. Hoofy said he's still a fighting nerd. He just wanted a new look. And let's face it, Hoofy didn't look good in his last fight. If I'm not mistaken, his last fight was BSD, right?
Mm.
Yeah,
I believe so. Yeah, he did not look good in that.
So he chose to go to this camp with Joe Lopez and Alexander Volkanovski and Jamie Malarkey. And, he obviously could show them a thing or two with his striking skills, and then they were able to help him with the ground game. But I heard John Silva unfollowed his teammate.
I heard that too.
And I look at it from John Silva's viewpoint. Well, this guy's mixing it up with the guy I'm trying to chase down. So why are you there, That said, how close are they? Does he think Hoofy's actually whispering stuff to Volkanovski? I mean, I'm pretty sure two guys can still train and, hey, look, I like you. I like your team. But if eventually down the road you guys square up, I'm with the fighting nerds.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Fighters are very emotional, and they're an aloof bunch where sometimes rhyme or reason, it just doesn't register. And then there's other people that keep it real, and they're like, no, I get it.
Well, wasn't there a fight a couple years ago where two guys that were fighting each other were training together?
Yeah, PFL. But remember they got fined for throwing the fight kind of, or arranging the fight so that neither guy.
Oh, not that one. Yeah, that one was bad.
What are you talking about then?
It was in the UFC. It was just two guys. They were from the same gym, and they just said, "Why do we need to go somewhere else? Like, we're pretty familiar with each other. In fact, we could help each other. It was about 4 or 5 years ago. Who
It
was
rings a bell.
the PFL one? Was bad. That even if that's what you're gonna do, they did a really poor job of playing that out. And we haven't seen Homeboy since, right?
One of them was Natan Schultz, and I forget the other guy's name.
He won the PFL 1 year, I think,
Twice. I think he went back to back. I always thought, man, if in MMA, if you're gonna do it, I would suppose take me down, take my back, submit me, and let's really sell it. Put me to sleep, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'll wake up. I'll be upset. Maybe sock my body real hard, or okay, a shot or two, but submit me. But to just stand there in front of each other and not be active, that looks terrible. Or
Houseman Fio.
that looked like there was a lady official there. I don't think it's Kim Winslow, but it kind of looked like her. We haven't had a women's ref in a while, right?
Oh yeah. It was Houseman Fio.
That's right. Who actually used to give us good interviews.
Oh, dude, he used to give us hilarious ones because he used to go in the clubhouse of his apartment complex. I remember he would have to tell them to lower the music, and then I think one time he threw like, "Yeah, I'm a champion" or something. They kind of blew him off.
Yeah. Okay, let me see. I had a few bets.
Oh, we got to make our pick, George. Fiziev, right?
No, I'm going with Hoofy. I think they're just going to stand and bang most of the time. So I'll go with Hoofy.
I'm going
4-inch reach advantage for Hoofy, by the way. They're both in the 155 range. 3-inch reach advantage for Hoofy at 5'11", to Fiziev's 5'8". And he's also 3 years younger.
What went Fiziev decision?
Now, if Fiziev is smart, he'll just take him down. Because Hoofy looked like a fish out of water on the ground.
Well,
But I don't know that he'll be able to just do that either.
he got choked, right, by BSD?
Did he?
I think so.
Or was it a decision? Yeah, face crank. Round 2.
Fiziev should do movies. He'd be a good bad guy.
Billy in the chat was saying he got screwed on Paid It Forward once. He said his order was 9 and the car behind him was 43. That's why you look in the mirror. You look in the mirror, and if you see a bunch of heads and it's mom picking up the soccer team, hell no.
I mean, how do you...
Some young lady getting her coffee on the way to work, you should be okay.
was that ET in the front row? Did you see that girl's neck?
Mm-mm.
Holy shit. I mean, what was it, like a Suburban behind you, Billy, or what? That had to have been like an optical illusion or something, dude. Some girl's neck was so long.
All right, here we go. Fiziev, southpaw stance. He just switched back to orthodox. Hoofy in the orthodox position. Fiziev moving around, light on his toes. Hoofy a little more stationary. Fiziev tries a couple kicks that miss. It looked like he pulled back on those kicks a little bit too because they were wild misses. Hoofy did land a leg kick. Not much action right now. Fiziev threw a nice left hook. Not too much on it though. Calf kick by Fiziev, but it looked like it was mostly toes. It made a loud noise. It looked like Hoofy chucked it a little. Hoofy's now backed up against the cage, but Fiziev won't fire off.
He's got to figure out what he wants to do here. Don't give Fiziev freebies.
Right. Fiziev just threw a couple strikes, but Hoofy managed to get out of the way. We're at 3:40 left in round 1. That's a nice leg kick by Fiziev. Hoofy trying to throw a jumping knee and misses. A nice jab lands for Hoofy. A leg kick lands for Fiziev, and that's like 2 or 3.
There's
that landed on Hoofy's left calf shin area. And like Goze says, you can see a little bit of a redness. Now they're up against the cage. Just over 3 minutes left here in round 1. It's Hoofy that's pressing Fiziev up. Now they disengage and they're back in the center of the octagon. Fiziev with a nice kick to the liver. 2:45 left in round 1. That's probably been the cleanest strike of the whole round. Although Hoofy just landed a nice stiff jab and Fiziev answered with a nice punch of his own. Fiziev looks jittery and really animated, like he moves his hands a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Hoofy seems a little bit more calm, reserved, saving his energy. But both guys are definitely staring right at each other.
I can't figure out what Hoofy's trying to do, though. I mean, obviously he's looking to counter, but you got to make, like, you're in distance right now. You have the reach advantage. You have to score. You have to land something. Put a jab in his face.
Hoofy has landed a couple jabs, but not too much on him, and he just threw an overhand right. But again, nothing's really been significant here. Fiziev doesn't look too concerned. He's still stalking Hoofy. He's got Hoofy up against the fence everywhere he goes. Oh, nice 1-2 by Hoofy. Left hook and a right cross. Head kick by Hoofy on the side of the head. Then he threw a punch. Very, very good combo out of him.
Got to do more of that, right?
Oh, yeah.
He's definitely got Fiziev's attention now.
Yeah, and that said, Fiziev kind of didn't flinch much. He's still right back right in his face. Oh, another nice kick to the body by Fiziev. Straight jab by Hoofy was nice, but I think Fiziev got out of the way. He knows how to use his reach advantage too. Hoofy just landed a kick and a punch, but we had the reverse angle there for a second, so it was hard to really tell how much got through. In other words, we can see Fiziev's back. Big right hand by Hoofy.
I think he's gaining confidence.
Yeah. Fiziev just landed a nice punch. Hoofy answers with a left hook. Big right hand for Hoofy. He's uncorking that right hand pretty good.
The jab is landing now, too. Now he's starting to find his groove. And it's mostly because Fiziev's not doing as much as he was doing early on. Close round.
Yeah. Let's see what the live scoring is. Hoofy's corner is telling them that they won the first round. I think I'd be more comfortable telling them it was close.
Yeah.
Like I say, the strikes that I really liked were Fiziev's kicks to the stomach, to like the liver. He landed a few of those. Fiziev minus 210, Hoofy plus 130. So they've given Fiziev round 1 because this fight was close to a pick'em.
It was close. I was starting to lean. Maybe it was just because Hoofy was more active towards the back end of the round. I was starting to lean more towards him, but I could see somebody giving Fiziev that round. I guarantee you those judges are split, though. It wasn't really a runaway for either guy.
Fiziev with a couple kicks. Again, the one that lands the liver is really nice. He's really fast, too, with his kicks. Says he's lived in Thailand for 10 years, so he probably well-versed in those 8 limbs of Muay Thai. Roofy had landed a nice spinning back kick to the body. Fiziev again going at the body. Fiziev has a little trouble landing punches because the reach advantage hurts him a little. He's got some ground to cover. He's usually leaving his feet when he punches.
Mm-hmm. It's hard to believe these guys are in the same weight class.
There's 3:30 left here in round 2. Not as much action. Hoofy needs to get a warning for those fingers. They're just kind of out there.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the refs need to police that a little better and get them to just tuck them in. Crowd is really, really quiet right now. I think these guys are overthinking it. They're literally within 2 feet of each other, where both guys could, let something go, and they're not. Fiziev now throws another kick to the body. Oh, big overhand right lands for Hoofy.
He's landed that a couple times now on Fiziev.
Oh, it looked like a big hook kick, spinning hook kick by Fiziev, but he lost his feet, so it didn't really land. 2:20 left here in round 2. Fiziev going back to that calf kick. Hoofy throws one of his own. Punch to the body by Fiziev. Oh, another punch to the body by Fiziev. This time he dug it in.
I feel like this is on the verge of becoming a good fight. But right now it's kind of tit for tat for each guy.
A lot of tech. Oh, I was going to say, keep it simple. A lot of techniques that are being thrown, mixing up elbows and spinning attacks and punches and parrying. Just sit on your punches and throw, guys.
Who do you have winning this round?
Hoofy, maybe? Good kick to the body by Fiziev. Neither guy by much, that's for sure.
Did you ever kick somebody's elbow before?
Another kick to the shin. See how it's getting red on Hoofy's leg?
Uh-huh.
Oh, Hoofy's just landed a big punch. Fiziev's hurt. He's on the ground. He can't get his feet. He's trying to get a hold of Hoofy just to stop the onslaught of punches. The ref's taking a good look, but now Hoofy's just pounding him. Fiziev is just absorbing the damage. He gets back to his feet, but he's still wobbled. Now the ref's taking another good look. The ref wants to jump in there. He's just waiting for the right shot, and there it is. Mauricio Hoofy defeats Rafael Fiziev.
You know what, George?
Very emotional right now. You could tell he was still holding on to that loss in France Goze against BSD, where the whole world came crumbling down because he looked like exposed. I know that sounds awful, but he looked like you ain't the real thing. Some people were even saying fraud check. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, honestly, like this referee, I don't know what kind of experience he has, but he probably played that pretty well. There just wasn't that moment to jump right in, and Fiziev kept doing things that would lead you to believe that he still has something for this fight. He seemed to be there mentally, but his body just wasn't responding. But I thought the referee played that out fairly well.
I agree, because he looked like he wanted to stop it on different occasions, but he always took the time to get the best position possible and just to be fair. And Hoofy would throw. Some stuff would land, some stuff wouldn't. But then when he just caught him flush a few times, that was it. He gave him as many chances as he needed to give him. It was fair.
25 G's.
Yeah, could be more. And just like that, we're into co-main event time. Did you take Fiziev or Hoofy?
I took Fiziev.
What was the Chipotle bet?
Chipotle is the main event.
Oh, okay. I just hit a parlay. Not much, but it's something. Makes up for that fool Tuivasa not getting a TKO stoppage. I didn't think that was a bad bet, though. He had his chances.
2 fights to go. Might be an early night. This next fight, I don't know how that goes the distance. Well, that being said, Benoit Denis minus 450, Dan Hooker plus 350. I like Benoit Denis, but I don't like him at minus 450. To me, that's a lot. How about you?
I do not like him at 450 either. I know that Dan Hooker is above average, probably closer to average than above average, but let's just put it out there. He's not going to be a champion, but like you said, he's kind of accepted that. He's very entertaining. He's very popular. He's a fan favorite. But I have seen him dig deep and win some fights where I was very impressed. Goes one was the Mateus Gamrot fight. He fought that, and that guy is not easy to fight, but he fought him off very well. And that's why I gave him a better chance against Sarukian than most.
Fiziev always looks the same at the end of a fight, man. Just battered. So who's your play?
I think BSD is going to win, but I would not bet him. The odds are too high. I would do something small on Hooker, but like I say, that's just to have something on it. I think he's saying something sad, man. Gurgel's gonna have to translate it, but his corner's crying. Oh, his brother took his own life. He's emotional because his brother took his own life. How long ago was that?
I don't know. Man, he landed some good shots.
Remember I kept telling you the other guy was like fidgety?
Mm-hmm.
And which is good. You don't want to be stationary target, but one thing I said about Hoofy was he looks like he's really calm and he's conserving his energy. And then when it was time to go, he went.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the same way Sarukian has joked he could go to 145, I think Fiziev just doesn't have that physique to be a 55 or at least not with the elite, man. I wonder if he could go to 45.
Yeah. I think it's where he should be. He's got to lose some of the muscle.
Do you say Chandler?
Jesus.
No, that was cool. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. I hadn't heard that yet.
Yeah.
I thought he said Michael Chandler's name, but Gurgel didn't mention it. Chandler's looking for an opponent in at the White House. It's not going to be Conor McGregor. Who could it be? Hoofy would be interesting, no?
Yeah. I wish we just had more details on the card, you know, what it is they're trying to do.
Well, I tried to look up to see if this was something recent or not. Joshua Van's in the audience. Or is this something from, years ago? It looked like it was recent.
What's up? The Chandler thing?
What?
What was recent?
Hoofy's brother committed suicide.
Oh, sounds like
I didn't know if that was something that happened during his training camp, and so it was, an emotional camp leading into this, or if it's just something that happened years ago, but he's always had trouble with it. In fact, I'm seeing an article here. Mauricio Buffy battled through suicidal thoughts of his own. Yeah, I don't know. That's sad. Okay, here we go. I think I might have found something. Nope, it's not going to tell me. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, the next fight's Dan Hooker and BSD, and who you going with, Goze?
BSD. But I don't feel like he's gonna completely run through Hooker. I think Hooker still has a little something. If he gets that takedown early, though, it might be rough.
On one of the embeddeds, Hooker was saying, "Who's he knocked out?" And he beat Dariush by KO, but he's mostly been a submission guy. He did beat Fravola by KO, Thiago Moises by KO. Actually, he gets a lot of finishes, BSD. I think every fight in the UFC has been a finish.
He can KO you, or he could submit
That's
you.
impressive, man. Why was Hooker taken so aback by that comment? You think Hoofy's going to get a bonus?
Possibly. Yeah.
Because that was an explosive finish, against the guy that's respected striker. I think a lot of that hinges on that. Okay, you won, you finished, but who was it against? That's the criteria I apply when we do our fight of the month, fight of the year stuff as a staff. Sometimes someone might have a just partially more flashy KO or highlight or whatever. But if you did it against a tomato can, or you know what I mean? But if you're out striking and flatlining an actual striker, that's impressive to me. If you're submitting a great grappler, a great wrestler, that's impressive to me. Hoofy just beat a great striker.
I like BSD. I really hope he got over what he needed to and the projections back up.
Well, now he's 3-0 since losing the Poirier, right?
Mm-hmm. Well,
he lost 2 fights back to back, Poirier and Moicano. And I think he's only 29. If he were to get a title shot in France, dude, that would be a very loud arena.
Oh yeah, those people bring it.
Now, the reason that's not the craziest thing ever, the champ is from Spain. So maybe they would want to feature it in Europe. Then again, the UFC isn't really big fans of putting on numbered events that aren't pay-per-views. I don't know if that'll change because of the Paramount Plus era. They would only make an exception for Abu Dhabi, where we would get the early start time. Otherwise, it's always a super late night overseas, basically.
True.
If Hooker has good takedown defense, he'll have a good shot, man.
BSD out first, huh? Looks calm.
That's the translator, right?
Next to him?
Mm-hmm.
I think so.
I recognize him. I looked him up. I think he's a kickboxer.
Yeah, he does the interviews and stuff. They always joke about fighting.
The guy right behind him looks like an edgy what's the name of the brothers from Tough Enough? Barry and Jeff Meyer. Yeah, Barry's been gone since 2013, man. 13 years. He was a nice guy.
Oh, yeah. Very cool cat. Very smart guy, too.
Let's see what kind of reaction Hooker gets. Hooker seems to be almost as popular as Volkanovski. And I know that sounds like a lot, but Hooker seems to have this little following, man, because of he's kind of a lunatic. His fights are fun, bloody. He's charismatic. But yeah, I mean, Volk is from Australia. He's their champ. I'm sure there's still levels before you get to that guy. You know, I read an article on Junkie today, and I think it was Robert Whitaker said that Elliott Topuria is the second best featherweight ever. So even though Elliott Topuria only had captured the title and only had one title defense, that title defense was against Max Holloway. So remember, we have Volk, Aldo, and Holloway. And he thinks that he's already surpassed Holloway and Aldo. Aldo had 9 title defenses, 7 with the UFC, 2 with the WEC. Volk had 5, but he beat Holloway 3 times and Aldo once. So I think he's pretty much regarded as the best featherweight ever. I don't know if Topuria is number 2 yet. I still think Topuria might be number 3. Max had 3 title defenses. Topuria had 1, but Topuria had a nice KO over Max. So I'll probably give him that. But that 1 KO over Max, I don't know if that's enough for me to just forget about everything Aldo did.
I mean, I get where he's coming from. Who said this? Whitaker?
Yeah.
If you just change the title of what you're saying, it can mean something completely different. If you're asking who was the better fighter, you might be able to get away with that argument. But as soon as you throw the weight class in there, you have to consider what happened in the weight class. Title defenses are huge. Longevity. It's kind of like a different question.
I mean, the thing is we don't know how Topuria. Look at how he's dealing with this marriage, that is pretty much done. I guess it's a divorce now. Those are the things that pop up when you're a champion. You got other kinds of problems, and you lose a little bit of that hunger that got you to that spot. So these fights right now, when you're the champ, is where it defines you amongst the greats. You become a great, but now are you one of the all-time greats?
Yeah.
And so I don't know that some of these guys and gals are going to get to actually enjoy that. Who was it that did an interview the other day? I think it was Ali Abdelaziz with Mike Bond, or was it Dana? Where they were saying Micallef is possibly the greatest fighter ever. And I get it, man. I think Micallef has 4 title defenses or 3, but he's got 2 titles and he's only lost once. He definitely is one of the greatest for sure. But we don't know what he was going to be like for the next 5 fights. Can he get to 8 title defenses or 9 title defenses? Like that. That's difficult. You're getting older and younger guys are coming after you. Hungrier guys are coming after you. Less distracted guys are coming after you. Can you do what Jones did, what DJ did, what GSP did, what Anderson Silva did, and still hold the line? Like those are the immortals. And a lot of these guys that are making a lot more money now and they want to dip out early, I think they might miss out on that. And then they're going to wonder, like, hey,
it's very
I'm not
true.
even in the top 10. Like, what's going on here?
Then it's too late.
Yes. McGregor, richest ever, most pay-per-views. You got it. But he didn't make our top 10 of the top 30 fighters in the history of the UFC. We were celebrating the 30th birthday, and now he might be hard pressed to make the top 20, just because there's been a lot of other fighters since then, and there will be, because he never had 1 title defense. He won 2 titles, but never had 1 title defense.
Ton of question marks on that career.
In fact, if you think about it,
did he change the sport? Yeah. Did he do crazy things? Yes, but I don't know. When you compare numbers to other fighters, it's not the same.
All right, we can tackle that in just a sec. This fight's about to start. They agree to touch gloves, and they do. Dan Hooker already starting with the kicks. Hooker's taller, and I think he's going to have a reach advantage. But, boy, BSD just landed a nice kick to the liver of Hooker.
He kind of told you what he wants to do. He went for that leg, and he wasn't able to get it.
Yeah. And now he goes for a single. And Hooker's trying to lock in a choke. Goes, oh, nope, he gets out of it. But he also got out of getting taken down by BSD. BSD got out of the choke when they rolled, and Hooker got back to his feet. So that was nice.
He either doesn't respect Hooker's submission capabilities or he played that really bad. But had that been like Oliveira or somebody, they would have got that quick.
Yep. Hooker just landed a nice kick on BSD as well to the head, and BSD just ate it. Now BSD again grabbing a hold of a single. Hooker has great defense, great balance, and so BSD unsuccessful. And now look at BSD, that aggression. It's slowed down a little bit. Hooker looks a little bit more confident. 350 left in round 1. The guy's
was
a
low.
bit bigger deal of a kick than what I saw. He must have kicked him nice to the body. Hooker trying to kick him to the head, misses.
I don't like where BSD's hands are.
Yeah, why is BSD lost a lot of his aggression and he's backing up? Something must have hurt him along the way. BSD closes the distance. They're locked up. BSD almost tossed him. He does have some judo background in him. But Hooker did a nice job of fighting that off. BSD lands a nice left right to the face. BSD's doing everything with kicks and punches that just lead to an eventual attempt to get the fight to the ground. He's reaching for a single again. Hooker doing a good job. He uses underhooks right there. That was nice. BSD fights for one underhook. 240 left in round 1. Hooker gaining some confidence. See, he never got this in the Sarukian fight because Sarukian went after him really good.
Oof.
BSD just ducked into a shin.
Yeah. It partially hit him, but a lot of force behind it.
Going back to that Gamrot fight, Hooker won a lot of mini battles where Gamrot all of a sudden just was not comfortable with where he was. And Gamrot's similar to Sarukian. In fact, he beat Sarukian where he can just wrestle you, man, nonstop pressure. Now these guys are tangled up in a whizzer. And Dan Hooker, again, doing a great job of preventing the fight to go to the ground. I thought he was going to do some of this to Sarukian, if I'm being honest. Oh, great toss there by BSD. He winds up in side control on top of Hooker. Now there's 150 left here in round 1. Let's see what he can do with this. I think Hooker's won the stand-up battle. But now BSD's starting to drop some elbows. And remember, Hooker is probably going to bleed. He tends to bleed.
Mm-hmm. Especially when you're not defending him. You're just letting him drop elbows on him.
Yeah. BSD's still on top. He's kind of in a side control, but he's hovering on top of him. Oh, now he's attacking an arm, it looks like.
Hooker seems way too casual right now. Like I need to see him move a little bit more. More urgency.
105 left. He's zeroing in on an arm.
He's got that leg right behind his head.
Hooker gets out of it. Hooker gets back to his feet too, all in one quick motion. BSD with some uppercuts and a knee up the middle.
Big elbow too.
Hooker lands a couple shots to the body. Now they got some space between them. But this time, BSD seems to have a little confidence and a little bounce in his step, and Hooker's the one backing up. Again, these little mini battles are fun to watch. Oh, great punches by BSD land.
He took one too.
Yeah.
Hooker landed a nice one on the inside.
BSD gets Hooker down again. 25 seconds left here in round 1. Hooker hanging on. BSD standing up over him. Less than 10 seconds. BSD is going to finish on top. He sneaks in a nice elbow. Oof. Oh, yeah, and then he bloodied him up. He goes, I wonder if BSD got that round.
I think he did. I think he came back and won it.
Hooker had so many nice kicks, so many good moments, right? But good moments sometimes don't equate to getting the judges' scorecard just because he stopped the takedown, you know.
Does he have a cut on his head or something? Or is that just blood that came from somewhere else?
No, it looked like he had a cut on his head, but it must have been really small. And then he's got a little bit on his nose. Oh, that was a nice kick to the body.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, great toss there by BSD. These are not really, really nice highlights.
I'll say this
Here we go.
if Hooker can turn it around and maybe win this round, they could get a fight of the night possibly. I think this has been fun so far. Ooh, that was a low knee, no? Hooker's trying to lock in a choke again, the same choke for like the fourth time. He just can't get it. Denis landing some big knees up the middle.
Hooker's on top of Denis. Now they're back on their feet. BSD seems to be getting... Oh, no, I just saw 10-9 for Hooker. BSD gets the fight to the ground. He's on top of Hooker.
Ooh.
Oh, he's got Hooker's arm trap. He's just beating him up with elbows now. He's definitely going to open him up, but Hooker's arms are trapped a little. Now his arms are free, where he can at least cover himself with one of them. Oh, now BSD's going to attack that arm. Going for a key lock. He lets it go.
I'm surprised he didn't open him up with a cut. Those were flush elbows right on the head.
Yeah. Now let's see if he squeezes. He's trying to set up an arm triangle. There's 3:35 left here in round 2. But he's in full mount on top of him, and you got to hit that from an angle. Now he's let it go. He's throwing shoulder strikes at Hooker. Those aren't doing much. Now he postures up, lands a couple punches. Hooker then wraps him up again. And now he gets a head and arm position again, but on the other side. Uh-oh, now he's starting to lean towards that side where it can get tight.
Oh.
Hooker looks like he's wincing. Herb Dean's taking a good look. He's right there.
He looks like
And
he's
now he's
right
squeezing
there.
again. He's squeezing again. Hooker's grimacing. So far, Hooker might get out of it.
He's got to clear that leg.
DC saying Hooker's in a lot of trouble here, but he's still breathing. But now BSD squeezing. Hooker looks like he's in agony, though. What are BSD's arms going to be like in a little bit?
I think he's going to get the finish here. Now I'll get it.
He's still there. He's not out. His eyes
Trying
are
to create
closed.
space.
Now BSD's almost applying. Oh, well, now he's back on top. Now DC says he's got a little bit more torque on it, a little bit of a better angle. Dan's trying to fight it off using his own body. BSD gives up on it, gets back into mount, drops a couple of hammer fists on top of Hooker. I think he's abandoning the arm triangle. Now he's throwing elbows and punching, and yeah, he's entering 10-8 territory.
Oh, now he cut him. Wow, you saw when that happened instantly.
I wonder how much squeeze is going to be left. If he doesn't get it, those arms, man, they get gassed too. Imagine if Hooker could get back to his feet, the crowd would go nuts, and he might turn the tables, but we're nowhere near that right now. BSD's still on top. He's just dropping elbows and elbows.
Oof.
Hooker's covering up nicely.
These are brutal, though.
Yeah. Now Hooker's trying to get up just so he stops taking elbows. Back in the arm triangle position. Nope, he lets go of that. He's still mounted though, and there's 40 seconds left here in round 2. More elbows sneaking through.
Oh my God.
See, Hooker's 5'11", so he's just got like long arms, big forearms. So a lot of this is covered up, but man, it's nonstop. It's not intelligent defense.
Dude.
And I think Herb Dean's getting in there. He's talking to
Gotta
him.
stop this.
He's going to stop it. Yeah. Hooker's going to argue that he was covering up and see, look, he's already on his feet. But it was not intelligent defense. Hooker does not want to high five BSD either. Looks like he's very disappointed. But see, Herb was there, Goze, and he probably communicated, you got to show me something.
That was 10-7 territory.
And granted,
I rarely say that.
Weren't getting through, but because he threw, look, if he throws 90 and only one gets through or 1/3 get through, he's still got 30 shots in, right?
Uh-huh.
But yeah, it was unintelligently defending himself. It's all on Hooker for that one.
I mean, look, I can cover up and you can swing with baseball bats and I'm covered up, but it's still going to do a number on me. Like that's just not good enough.
Yeah. Congrats to Benoit and Denis.
Our dog is so funny, dude, when he gets like captured.
Oh, yeah.
He's just got this like, you may have caught me now look, but I'll be free in a second.
One fight left, folks, and it's the main event. If Volk steamrolls Lopez, I was hearing, I think Mike Bond say it might consider lightweight.
I don't think that's the answer. Do you? I mean, he doesn't have much of a play anymore, but Volk doesn't seem like he's going to be around too much longer either.
So just kind of hang around like Mackenzie Dern?
I would think so, because, I mean, look what's waiting for you at lightweight.
Look at that BetMGM Sports right there, right on the front screen. Look at that dumb haircut on Lopez. But they gave him on that one.
Like a Lego. I get that Dan Hooker's fun. He's funny. He's entertaining. But how many of these can he take?
Right. And Hooker looks like, because he's got charisma, you know?
Mm-hmm.
He's a realist. Like, he doesn't seem like he's in La La Land where, like, I'm way of a bigger deal than anyone else. Like, he really looks like he's grounded.
Yeah.
That said, I think he could apply it and probably succeed in some sort of a business. Like, even if he owned a sports bar in New Zealand, I think he'd get so much respect because he had some great wins. He had some great fights. Good talker. You know what I mean? Like, I really feel like whatever he decides to do in the next step, especially if he owns some sort of a business, I think he would do well.
Yeah, I agree. Benoit took his shots too. Look at his face is not, he's lumped up as well.
Yeah, Hooker was the one trying to initiate that takedown. And it didn't work. Hooker's got a cute little daughter. They always show him, you know, with her on social media or embedded. And you're right. I wouldn't want him to take this kind of damage in every single one of his fights. All right, let's see what he says here. DC's asking about his 4-5 win streak. He says Armin maybe or Charles. He says either a shot at the title or BMF. So that means the winner of Max or Chucky Olives or Topuria. Well, he's not going to get Topuria because he's got Gagey and Saruki in there. So maybe calling out the BMF champ is not a bad idea.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea at all.
Matt Rife didn't get much of a pop. I saw Hunter Campbell there, and I saw Mick Maynard. Mick Maynard is Australian, so I'm sure he enjoys going back. No Dana. I haven't seen Sean Shelby in a while.
Yeah, that's right.
They don't have another show as far as the numbered event until March 7th or 6th. Hold on. I got that right here. March 7th with Charles Oliveira and Max Holloway in the BMF title at the top of the bill. Now, there are some, look at these guys relaxing. Weidman with no shoes.
More chill.
Whitaker looks like how Mel wound up on Scarface when he got shot in the stomach. You ever see that scene where one leg's just hanging there? I don't know how he did that.
What's he thinking about?
I always wonder when I watch movies how there's not, you know how they have people that are like editors and they watch the movie to make sure nothing's been missed.
Mm-hmm.
Like you wouldn't want to see Gladiator, right? And then the Goodyear blimp in the background.
That happened.
Really?
In the movie Troy, when they're attacking the beach, you could see a 747 flying above them.
Really? No one caught that?
No.
Or they just thought it'd be too hard to reshoot the scene, or?
I would imagine you could just edit it out somehow.
Yeah. Well, I forgot what I was saying, but
that you wish there was something like that for. I imagine you were going to say MMA, like people saying stupid shit.
Oh yeah, yeah. In the movie Scarface, how did someone not look at that and go, "Who gets shot?" and winds up with the foot just hanging there on the table? You know, usually your whole body, like dead weight weighs, man. Like, you know, that ain't happening. But it cracks me up. That guy wound up doing a lot of movies, and in a lot of movies, he was a general or a politician or something. I forget his name, but the guy that played Mel.
Mm-hmm.
In fact,
check your phone.
Mm-hmm.
I just sent you the picture of what happened in Troy.
Oh my God. And that's for real that happened?
Yeah.
It's not photoshopped or nothing?
No. I think by now, you know, if you were to like pop it on HBO Max or something, I think it's probably been taken out.
Mm-hmm.
But in the movie theater, that's what it was like.
Harris Yulin is his name, huh? Oh, and he passed away. Yeah, Harris Yulin. He wound up being in Ozark, right?
Yeah, he was the guy that lived in the house.
Yeah. Yeah, that dude's been around. Training Day, that's right. He was one of the three wise men that gave permission to Alonzo, played by Denzel Washington, to go do his stuff. But let's see, he was in Scarface, Ghostbusters 2, Final Analysis, Loch Ness, Murder at 1600. Yeah, he was a general there. Rush Hour 2, Training Day. Maybe not in as many movies as I thought. But then he was on a lot of television shows. Barnaby Jones, Kojak. Remember any of those guys?
Yeah.
Little House on the Prairie, Beretta, SWAT, Policewoman, Dynasty, Wonder Woman, Cagney and Lacey. Forgot about that. They used to win a lot of awards. Star Trek, Law and Order, Frasier, Truman, Murphy, Brown, La Femme Nikita.
A lot of shows, man.
I know. 24, The X-Files, Law and Order, Criminal Intent, Entourage. Dude, Entourage was from 2006. That show's almost 20 years old, Entourage. Veep. He was in Veep. Ozark. Billions. Murphy Brown.
Great show.
FBI Most Wanted. So he just recently died because he was on a show in 2025. But that was Mel Bernstein, the dirty cop on Scarface. He died in June 10th of 2025 at age of 87. What are the odds on this fight, Goze? I know I said Lopez at the beginning of the show. The odds aren't as bad, as how decisive the first fight was.
No, not at all. Volkanovski's only minus 170. Lopez plus 140. Put you down for Lopez there, buddy.
One more time. What are the odds?
Volkanovski minus 170. Lopez plus 140.
Put me down for Lopez.
Okay. Thank God. Okay. Lopez.
I wonder if he can finish it quick.
And I will take Volk.
Volk by decision.
Who do you like between Teofimo Lopez and Shakur Stevenson?
Shakur. Decision. What was your pick? Volk by decision?
Or fight's going in round number 5. Or
Laura's going against the part-time Mexican?
She said Volk by decision.
That's what I'm saying. She's going against the part-time Mexican.
Yeah. She made money on the last card, huh?
Volk by decision. Or the fight.
Tell her to listen to his walkout song. See if that changes her mind.
All right, let me hit mute on me.
Okay. Let's see if this changes your mind, Laura. I think Lopez as a world champion could be big, man. He just seems to be very well liked, and he's an exciting style.
Yeah, she was jamming.
So Volkanovski by decision or Diego by knockout?
Lopez almost looks like he's wearing a disguise or something with that mustache. And the hair.
I think he could be on a Narcos and be a cartel boss.
Yeah.
Or hitman or something,
Yeah.
They call them sicarios. Have you guys ever seen movies and like there's a movie called Sicario, but that's what that means. It means hitman. The hell are they waiting for? The mouthpiece?
Yeah.
Dude, you know what was the hardest? When you would buy a CD or a DVD and then you had to go home and bust open that plastic? Remember that shit back in the day?
What was with? Well, yeah, I was terrible. But what was with when CDs first came out? They would come in this big box, like a long rectangle, for no reason at all, and then you would have the small CD box after that.
But I'm talking about the hard plastic that was on top of it.
Yeah, it was horrible.
Yeah.
Did you ever have like a cool shirt or something like back to school, and then when you were about to put it on, you realized they left the tag? Dude, that was one of the most frustrating things ever.
You mean that tag that has an alarm on it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was watching a YouTube channel earlier today, and some young lady got caught, and she thought because she hadn't exited the store, she couldn't be accused of shoplifting. But the guy told him, "Well, you've been taking off all these alarms, whatever they're called, tags or whatever." And she goes, "Well, yeah, but I haven't left the store yet." She goes, "It doesn't matter. You fumbled with them, and you can't do that." She goes, "I wanted to try it on, and see how it fits." She goes, "Well, then you're supposed to alert the salespeople." Well, I didn't know that. It doesn't say that anywhere in the store. And I think the guy told her, "Well, it doesn't say you could take a baseball bat to a baby's head either, but you can't do it." Oh, man. Okay, I'm going to mute for a second. I like this song. I like it if it hits the tunnel at the right time. They call it hitting the post.
That's good.
Let's see if he goes through at the right moment. He has to go through at the right moment, right? Now. Oh, that's the post. He should have been coming out of the tunnel. Let's see if he does it on the next one.
As a country, they kind of need another jam too, though, no?
This is a classic, though.
That's a good one.
Right here. That's it right there. That's when you should be going through the fucking tunnel. How big is this arena? Now he comes through. Oh, he almost lost his flag. His wife? Mama? That's the wife.
And that was Mike from Breaking Bad?
Look at the crowd singing along. Goes, how you trying to switch that song, dude?
I'm not trying to switch. I'm just saying, like, they have to have more than just that.
But that's his song.
No, I get that, but it's just kind of like the go-to if we have an Australian athlete, like versus we'll say like England, right? There's a bunch of things that you could probably walk out from them and still kind of say, yeah, that's England right there. It's just so random. Like, can you imagine if Snow Informer from the 90s was just our jam for our country?
Which song? Which song?
Snow Informer. Where the guy's like just kind of like you can't even hardly understand him, the white rapper guy.
Oh. Yep. Always turn and face the crowd before you go in. Look at that roar.
Man, I kind of got dizzy watching him. How many laps is he going to do that? Cameraman's going to pass out.
There you go. They snuck in a commercial real quick.
Bud Light?
Are you getting a Bud Light? Yeah.
Yeah. Remember that guy we used to work with that would wear outfits like Dustin Poirier right now?
Wayne?
Yeah. Wayne. Oh, I can't. I remember his last name though.
37 years of age for Alexander Volkanovski, 31 for Diego Lopez. Lopez is taller at 5'11 to 5'6 for Volk. They both went in at 145 or under. Volk came in a half pound less. Volk long arms, though, for being a little guy. He's only 1 inch less than Diego Lopez at 71 and a half. I'll tell you this, Goze, unless this is the greatest fight ever, I don't think this fight card is going to pass like an 8. It's kind of been a little
It's
bit
not bad.
flat.
But yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Clemens, Warner, Ben Cartledge, and Sal D'Amato are the judges, and the ref is Mark Goddard. Sal D'Amato knows the scoring criteria as good as anyone. I can't imagine Ben Cartledge is too far behind, and neither is Clemens Warner, but they don't do as many fights as Ron McCarthy, Chris Lee, Mike Bell. So we'll see. If there's an oddball card, it could come from one of those guys. Some guys have just had a little bit of trouble letting go of the past criteria. The criteria is damage. If you take someone to the ground, do something with it. Create damage or go for a submission. But they're really trying to take away from stalling, riding, holding. They want action and they want damage. Ask Laura what the name of that song is. Is it La Colina or something like
La Chona,
that? La Chona?
right? The one that he can. Yeah.
The one that Lopez walks out to?
Mm-hmm. Man, I don't want to sound like I'm shitting on this fight, but normally, for what we would normally call a pay-per-view, which is still a pay-per-view in some areas, right about now is when you have like goosebumps, right? And you just can't wait for it to get going. I'm just kind of chugging along. Like if we're just jogging, we're just looking at each other like, you good? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like back-to-back weekends like this with numbered events.
But if it's the right fight, you would be like amped up right now, right?
I suppose you're right. I wonder if Volk had beaten Mozart or Murphy and then was fighting Lopez, if we'd feel different.
Maybe.
Think about it. He beat Lopez, then said, take that. Now get back to the back of the line. And then all of a sudden they call him up and go, all right, you ready? Yeah. Who do you got? Lopez. Wait a minute, isn't he in the back of the line? Like, I
Mhm.
beat him pretty handily. Well, but he kind of inched his way closer to the line because he beat Jean Silva. All right, but I could have sworn I saw Evloev and Murphy at the front of the line. Like, how did
Right.
he? How did he skip over them? And why didn't I fight one of them?
And those two are at the front of the line and they're going, what time is it? Let's ask Lopez. Hey, Lopez, what time is it? And then all of a sudden he's in front of them.
Mm-hmm.
Just makes no sense. Not a whole lot going on so far. We're almost a minute in.
I don't think they've touched each other, and it's 50 seconds in. But when Lopez explodes, man, he explodes. Lopez just kicked Volk in the body. Okay, Volk went for a takedown, and Lopez fought it off nicely.
Told us a lot there, though.
Remember, Diego's only got a 1-inch reach advantage, but he is taller than by about. I think I remember it being 5 inches.
A lot of feinting. They're in the center of the cage. A lot of missed strikes. Not much going on.
How many times have we said it? The first round's just as important as the 5th round. You don't want to just give away that round either.
Mm-hmm.
It could make the difference when they tally up the scores at the end. And here's another thing. I mean, okay, I guess Lopez's haircut, I totally disliked it when he first had it. And then he kind of cleaned it up a little. Oh, I think Volk just chucked a nice kick by Lopez. And but anytime they swing at each other, Lopez's hair almost gives off the feeling like, oh, he got swatted on really hard.
Mm-hmm.
When he might have not, taken that type of impact.
Like what the judges are taking in.
Yeah.
It used to happen with Clay Guida a lot too. No really major strikes have landed for either guy. It's almost like
nice entry by Volk. So finally, with the minute 25 left, Volk gets a nice entry, puts Lopez up against the cage. Let's see if Volk can get him to the ground. This round totally up for grabs, folks, because there's been very little action. But if Volk can get him down and then throw some strikes, he'll probably bank this first round. Now, that said, Diego Lopez is out of it. Maybe they're just waiting for 30 seconds to explode. I don't know. They got, obviously budget for 25 minutes of fighting, possibly. Maybe that's in the back of their minds.
There hasn't been a whole lot that's been happening, but if he does make it to the end of the round, it is like a mini victory that he was able to fight Volkanovski's takedowns off.
Yep. That said, Volkanovski just landed a stinging jab, and again, the haircut made it look like it was worse than it really was. Volk's on his way to a 10-9, in my opinion. Lopez just hasn't really done much. But like Goze said, at least he also made sure he didn't fall on the ground or get taken down by Volkanovski. Good kick to the body by Lopez. That's it. 10-9 Volk, in my opinion.
Yeah. Not a pretty round at all, though. It feels very winnable too for Lopez. Just a little bit more. He's complaining of something, no?
He was saying he has to respect his takedown. Diego was saying it to his coaches. Volk's not breathing hard at all. He looks so relaxed right now. Live betting has Volk at minus 210, Diego Lopez at plus 130. We'll see what the media scores come in at. I imagine 10-9 Volk.
I hope they tell us who Korean John's rooting for.
Joe Lopez and Brad Riddell, former UFC lightweight, in the corner. Touch of gloves. They're circling again. Volk on the outside, Diego Lopez in the center of the octagon. Volk is in a orthodox stance. Lopez is in a southpaw stance. Now Volk keeps switching it up. He's still on the outside. Volk threw a nice right hand. Inside leg kick by Volk.
A little bit more pace in this one. This round's moving a little quicker.
Inside leg kick by Volk. We're past the minute point here of first minute of round 2, and Lopez is yet to throw anything significant.
We're trying to figure out what it is. What's his game plan? Like, what is it that he's trying to do?
I don't know. He hasn't really established calf kicks, a stinging jab. He hasn't a running knee, an overhand right. Like, well, there's a nice kick by Lopez. It was a low kick, more to the thigh, it looked like, but it was nice. Oh, Volk just caught a nice one on Lopez's calf. Lopez returned the favor. Volk tried to return the favor, but missed. Volk growing a little bit on live betting at minus 255 now. Okay, Lopez just landed a nice right. Volk did a good job of rolling with the punch, though. It wasn't full impact.
Mm-hmm. I feel like right here is where he should be pumping that jab.
Yeah.
Something. But he's just not doing anything when he's in front of Volkanovski. Maybe he's respecting the takedown too much.
He could be. Minus 270 for Volkanovski. Plus 160 for Diego Lopez. Lopez throws a few punches there. Kind of wild. Nothing really lands. Decent right hand lands for Lopez. Volk landed a nice leg kick. 2:10 left here in round 2. Not much action in this fight. Lopez looked like he landed a nice uppercut. But Volk looks zero concerned with anything Lopez has to offer.
Mm-hmm.
Couple punches there land for Volkanovski.
Did he poke him in the eye or something? Volk's kind of keeps going after his eye.
Oh, big right lands for Volk. 90 seconds left here in round 2.
There's a little damage under Volkanovski's right eye.
Oh, a couple of nice counter punches land for Lopez. Lopez doesn't throw more than 2 strikes though at a time.
Mm-hmm. It's mostly because Volk is never in the same place for that long.
A lot of times he's pulling his punches back. Volk just landed a nice overhand right. 45 seconds left here in round 2. Now Lopez goes for a takedown. And Volk's kind of going for a guillotine. Lopez is trying to fight out of it. Volk is hanging in there. Lopez is out of it. And now Lopez is on top of Volk with 23 seconds left. Volk's kind of smiling, kind of like, I went for it. Now Volk's already framing and getting back to his feet. Lopez takes his back still with hooks. Only 10 seconds, though. I don't even think he'll have a submission attempt. He is kind of under the chin a little, but Volk doesn't even look concerned. He's fighting off the feet more than anything. And that's it. It's the end of round 2. Well, at least we saw some life out of Diego Lopez, Goze.
Yeah.
The takedown, the back take, but
he's down 2 rounds though, right?
Yeah, and Volk again just looks so calm and confident out there. But that said, the odds on Volk are minus 190 now.
I would say that situation was given to Lopez more than he earned it. There's some. Go ahead. Oh. There's some bruising on Lopez's forehead, but it's covered by his Lego man haircut. So there has been some damage to him as well.
Live odds stay the same. Volk minus 190. Lopez plus 120. Let's see what some of the media turns in as scores. DC saying it's a close round. The bookies are grading it almost like it might have been a Lopez round. But that was really close. Remember, you have to get a takedown and do something with it. And I'm not sure he really got something with it. The only thing he did was something in which Volk was really defending and doing nothing. But was that enough to sway, you know? Volk and Lopez talking to each other a little bit, laughing.
They've shared a lot of time in the cage so far between this fight and the last.
Ooh, Lopez just set up a nice elbow. Leg kick by Volk. 3:40 left in round 3. Could be 2-0 Volk or 1-1. Leg kick by Volk or Lopez. Not full impact though. Lopez is getting round 2 from one person. I see 10-9 for Volks, making it 20-18 after 2. Jab lands for Lopez.
This fight doesn't really have like rhythm to it, huh?
No. Lopez snuck in an elbow.
He's gaining confidence. If I were a Volk, I'd go back to that calf kick.
It was like a downward elbow to the top of Volk's head. Volk's head looks like it could bleed easy if he just sliced it, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, big right hand lands for Volk.
2 of them.
Now, Diego ate it, and Diego's talking to him like it didn't do nothing. Now Volk follows it up with a takedown, but Diego gets up. Diego looking a lot better now with his takedown defense. Volk still going after him. Diego still managing to break away. Now they ain't smiling. Volk with a leg kick. Diego lands a calf kick. Volk with a nice stiff jab. Diego kicks to the body. Looks like they woke up a little bit, Goes, just from that little bit of an exchange.
Mm-hmm.
Because Volk hit him really hard, really solid. Diego's Lopez kind of shook a little bit, and then Diego kind of like rallied himself by talking to Volk like, let's go, you know?
Volk looked up at the clock right now. There, you're right, though. Those were good shots. I think Lopez's legs locked up for a second.
Lopez switching stances, but it's not doing much. Very low activity. Volkanovski passes Cub Swanson for second most significant strikes in featherweight history.
Cubs got a chance to get that back, though.
Yeah.
Sign
Well, who's number
another fight.
one?
Got to be Aldo, right?
Maybe. But some of his fights were at Benoit. Oh, did Lopez just put him down or did he slip?
I think it was a little bit of both.
Whatever it was, Volk got up quickly. Even the guys in the commentating booth aren't sure. They both threw some overhands right now.
Volk's
The
got to be
crowd
careful.
oohing and ahhing. 20 seconds left. Lopez could steal this round, especially if the judges interpret that as a knockdown. I'm sure they'll show the replay, but by then the judges have turned the card in. Lopez with the knee to the body. They agree that it's a close round. They high five.
I think Lopez might have got that one.
Well, if he got that one and he got round two, he could be up 2-1. And overall, I think Volk's the better fighter so far on the night. But if he just happened to nick two close rounds, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that said, I see Volk at minus 600 now. So the bookies disagree. The bookies were not impressed by that. Now, all this said, what is Lopez waiting for? I mean, he's not going to get another shot at Volk anytime soon.
Yeah, he's got to let it go.
This is his chance.
And Volk's letting him hang around way too long. Diego's still dangerous.
Yeah, Diego caught him, Goze. That was nice.
Yeah.
That was nice, right on the chin. But Volk got up quickly, man. Both guys took hard shots from hooks, and they both got up. Well, Volk went to a knee, but popped back up. Diego never succumbed to a knockdown, but you could tell he was wobbly for just a sec. Let's see what kind of scores come in. Volk minus 615 in live betting. Lopez plus 310. Volk still on the outside, circling Diego Lopez.
Usually it seems like they take the first minute of every round off.
Yeah. Inside leg kick there by Lopez, but these aren't damaging blows. Lopez faking a single. Volk landed a nice headshot there from a right hand. Volk throwing that jab a few times now, and Diego acknowledging him. Volk now slipping in a calf kick. Volk with a nice, big, stinging right hand that landed.
Volk
Calf kick by
never
Lopez.
stops circling.
Yeah.
Diego's got to find a way to cut him off, not follow him everywhere.
Diego almost snuck in a nice hook. Folks, the Lopez hook that actually put Volk down, it kind of reminded me of McGregor's against Aldo's Goze. Nobody really saw it the first time. We had to see the replay until we noticed it was just perfectly placed.
Mm-hmm.
Volk landing a few strikes, getting the crowd into it. Lopez answers with a kick to the body. Lopez switching stances. And why that's important is because Volk always circles to his left. Now he's circling into the power hand. Lopez lands an overhand right. Now DC mentioning the same thing. That he's circling into the power. Oh, Diego looked like he had a nice chance there. He had backed Volk into a corner. But again, he's not pulling the trigger.
It's definitely a closer fight than the first time around, but
I agree with that.
a good fight.
But this doesn't look like the type of effort that wins you titles. I don't believe in to beat the champ, you gotta beat the champ or whatever it is.
You don't?
No, you just gotta win. No, you just gotta win 3 rounds. You know, you don't have to convincingly beat him. You just gotta win 3 rounds and the title's yours. But either way, you have to show up like you want to win the title. You know, and Lopez has not shown me that. Especially on a night where you're keeping it pretty even. Like Volk can't get you to the ground. Volk has yet to bloody you up or 10-8 you or nothing like that. In fact, you put Volk down one time, step on the gas.
He's got to do something.
Again, let's just say he's down 2-1. He needs to win this round. Does it look like he's trying to win the round? Oh, he just got kicked in the nuts.
Oof.
Volk acknowledges it. He takes it.
This is probably not Volk's greatest night either. You know, if you're going to pick him off, this would be the night.
I don't think he'll take off a point, but it was pretty blatant. And it's almost like Volkanovski's telling on himself.
Mm-hmm.
Like, man, that sure was dumb on my part. Lopez can go. Let's see if Goddard says anything. No, other than let's just go. So there won't be a point deduction. Does that mean Volk could do it again and then get the hard warning goes?
Technically, yeah.
Oh boy. 35 seconds left. Diego just threw a nice overhand right. It just didn't land. But how are you going to win this round? Win this fight? Volk looks not even concerned with your explosion and your power.
But that being said, Volk's not doing a lot either on his end. Like I think he should be doing more as well.
Yeah. They both connected pretty good there. Oh, Lopez threw a kick, but he slipped. That's the end of round 4. Now what?
Nobody is trying to convincingly win rounds. What's Diego complaining about?
Probably about the kick to the nuts. He walked up to Goddard, said something. Goddard just shook it off. You got to go all out this on the tunnel. They're implying he's basically can't win the fight via the judges. And I know we said close rounds a few times, but I think it's 3-1 Volk.
It should be.
And on live betting, it's minus 1245 Volk plus 455 Lopez. The close rounds that Volk won, Lopez could have won if he had just thrown a little bit more. Like Goze said, Volk hasn't looked that stellar either. But it's incumbent on Lopez, obviously, to, you know, he's the one that's down 1-0 in the series. If Volk were to lose, he'll probably get a shot at a third fight with Lopez at some point. I'm not saying right away, but are they gonna touch gloves? Yeah, they'll shake it out. Here we go. 5 minutes for Lopez to become a champ. Volk could be looking at a 6th title defense.
And the last time he ever sees Diego Lopez again.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Lopez just threw a kick and it looks like, yeah, he hurt his leg somehow. Oh, he's really, really bouncing light on that one leg, the left leg.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he cracked a bone or something. I wonder if Volk can read that. And I was just about to say, goes, oh, that left leg doesn't even look sturdy, man. Lopez's. Every time he plants on it, it looks like something's off. But that said, goes, I was gonna say, what your kicks haven't really done much. You've only thrown them to the body. Just throw hands at this point, which is what he just did right now. But again, Volk moves very well, man. He gets out of punches.
I think it's his toes. He must have broke a toe or something. Lopez going for a choke.
Yeah. I don't think he's going to get it, but he's going to manage to get to the feet, and he just needs Volk.
He tried something different, though.
Oh, nice stiff jab by Volkanovski. He kind of jerked Lopez's head back, but I think it was more just an awkward collision, really. Now, Volk has taken Lopez down, and he's trying to drag him down again. Lopez is on all fours, but Volk was doing a good job of locking up his legs. It made it tough for Lopez to initially get up. Now he's behind Lopez. Lopez fights off the wrist control, turns into him. He's got one underhook. He might be able to spin out of there if he can do it all in one motion. Spin, now put him against the fence and get out of there. Unless you want to take him down and submit him, maybe. I suppose that could be an entrance. There's still plenty of time. 2:46 left here in round 3, and he does get him down. He's on top. He's got his back, and he's got one hook in goes. Lopez is attacking Volk pretty good. Volk doing a good job of not just staying there like a regular target. Lopez still on top of him with a body triangle. Now Volk staying composed. The body triangle's off. No, it's back on. It's back off. And now Volk doing a good job of shaking off Diego Lopez. Diego Lopez looks like he's about to slide off. Great work there by Volkanovski, although Diego Lopez is still managing to stay on one way or another.
Well, Volk's actually helping him by turning that way. He needs to turn away from him.
Yeah, and now Volk is out altogether, and the crowd erupts. Diego's trying to get him back to the ground. Volk kind of threatened with a couple elbows to the head. And now Volk's put Lopez against the fence. This round's the most exciting out of all of them. The action, there's just been a lot more action. And now Volk trying to get Lopez to the ground. He can't do it. The illegal knee him? No, they both looked at the ref, it looked like. Now Lopez has broken the wrist control. Diego's trying to go into a Kimura sweep. An armbar attempt, maybe. Volk defending. Volk is on top, still trying to pull his arm out, it looks like.
He's got to put his knee on his head.
Oh, Lopez is really going after the arm now. Oh, but Volk is out.
He almost had something there.
Yeah. And now Volk is just sitting on Lopez's face.
He's giving him the Rikishi stink face right now.
And now who knows what Lopez is doing. I think giving up. Maybe he can attack a leg. I don't know. Volk is sitting on like like a cowgirl, but reverse position. Now Lopez is maybe trying to take his leg. Volk's not threatened at all. Volk punches Lopez in the face. Crowd goes nuts. This fight's over. The crowd did erupt. It was a good fight. Goes in the last round. I am not impressed by Lopez's attempt to win the title, and wasn't Volk's best night, but he did his job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Diego knows it too.
Now, I hate to keep stressing this over and over, but Lopez was really close to losing the Jean Silva fight. But he pulled it out, and, the UFC's invested heavily in this kid, and I'm impressed that he didn't allow Volk to take him down and grind him out.
Mm-hmm.
So he definitely improved there, but it's more than just that. You obviously have to create offense. And so now I imagine Evloev and Murphy are going to fight. In fact, now I'm with you. Just not have them fight. Pick one of them to fight Volk next.
I think that's why they're waiting.
And then the other guy can just, the other guy can fight someone else, I suppose. Maybe Aljo. Well, Aljo's got a fight coming up. Let's look at the featherweight division. The official decision's coming up here, but I think we all know what they're going to say. As we unpack the division, Yair Rodriguez is injured. Jean Silva just picked up a win. He's popular, by the way. Arnold Allen lost to Jean Silva. Aljo's got what? Yusuf Zalal or someone coming up, right?
They talked about it, but I don't think it's official.
Steve Garcia is still obviously a problem. He needs a big fight. He should get Goze. 49-46. 49-46. 50-45. Lopez makes a face like, what? Yeah.
Yep.
So that answers the question that he was up 3-1 on at least two judges' scorecards. Well,
yeah,
I want around a little gingerly, but he's okay.
I want him to fight both guys. Screaming out to the fans.
He's not out of breath at all. He's in great shape. Well, he can decide it here, Goes, when they ask him who do you want next, right?
Yeah. It's kind of a company man, though. You don't know.
And nowadays, if you want to move up, all right, cool, leave the title behind. But I don't think that's the case.
They're showing highlights, but they're not even that much of highlights, to be honest.
Because of a 50-45 and 249-46s, you think Tuivasa and Taresa Teixeira might still have fight of the night, or you think these guys took it from them?
I don't think so. I think they still might have it. Mm.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't fought. He hasn't tied Jose Aldo. Volk has one, two, three, four, five. One, two. He's only got 6 title defenses. Jose had 7, not to mention the 2 at WEC.
Mm-hmm.
But if we just leave it at UFC, he hasn't tied him. What he might have tied him was more title wins, but that's because he lost.
Diego doesn't need a translator.
Diego Lopez is giving a lot of props to Volkanovski for making adjustments in between rounds. He says, I don't have a lot of words at this moment. Lopez is definitely now limping, toes, foot, something. You could tell there was one kick that didn't go over too well. One judge did have it 50-45 Volk. And that's it, folks. That's the watch along. Another numbered event in the books. Volk's taking a picture with his family. I'm sure they're going to have a big old barbecue tomorrow. I want to thank you all for tuning in. And don't forget that we do Spinning Back Click every Monday. Myself and Goze, along with our colleagues, which this week will be Danny Segura and Mike Bond. We'll talk about UFC 325. We'll talk about all the latest news as well and preview the fight night that's coming up at the Apex on Saturday, headlined by Mario Batista and Vinicius Oliveira. A 5-round bantamweight bout. There's also pretty decent talent below on the card as well. I was talking about it earlier. Let me see if I can pull it up. Okay, Bautista versus Oliveira at the Maida Apex, by the way. Albazi versus Horiguchi. Jailton Almeida against Rizvan Kuniev. Dustin Jacoby, who was supposed to fight Jimmy Crute, he's now fighting Julius Walker. Brian Spann was supposed to fight Kuniev, but Almeida stepping in. Jan Matsumoto against Farid Basharat. So decent fight night. It's next Saturday here in Las Vegas. Of course, MMA Junkie always has you covered. So subscribe to the channel, please. You can follow me on Twitter and Instagram. Sorry, X and Instagram. I'm at MMA Junkie George. Goze is at the Goze. We host the MMA Junkie Radio Show twice a week, which you can catch on Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Stitcher, Spotify, Omni, wherever you get your podcasts. We have 3,640 some episodes in the books, coming up on 19 years. And we love doing it for you guys. And last week, we had some great guests like Mark Ratner, John Martin, the CEO of PFL. Ratner's the VP with the UFC. Derek Lewis, Sean O'Malley, Rose Namajunas. It was definitely a fun week. And you should all tune in and subscribe to that podcast. Goze, any parting words?
No, just it wasn't the worst night of fights, but the main event kind of confirmed what everybody felt when the fight was made. You know?
Yep, for sure. Lopez did better in some regards. He did really good preventing the fight from going to the ground, but he just didn't have the offense to wrest the title from the champ. So that's kind of on him, and I don't think he's going to get a title shot anytime soon, at least while Volk's on top. He needs to catch a break and maybe someone like John Silva win, right? Someone who you want to win over, similar to the O'Malley-Jan situation over at bantamweight. But anyway, we're going to talk about all that in the coming weeks. And again, thank you for tuning in tonight. All right. Have yourselves a nice weekend. Go out and be a champion. We'll talk to you soon.